Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
In the Hawkeyes, it is UCLA and Iowa, live from Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City, with first pitch coming up in about 30 minutes. It was all UCLA yesterday in the middle game of this series. The Bruins won it 19-0 in 7 innings. It was a big inning for UCLA in the fourth. UCLA scored 12 runs in the fourth inning, taking advantage of several free bases, hit batters, and walks issued by the Iowa pitching staff as UCLA then unloaded a grand slam, had another home run in that fourth inning as the Bruins scored 12 in that inning. They scored 2 more in the fifth. They had 4 in the seventh. After Iowa really did a nice job to get out of major trouble in the first, UCLA loaded the bases with nobody out right away and forced Logan Rundy out of the game. Tyler Guerin came in, gave up just 1 run in that mess. And then Tyler pitched a few good innings after that, but wheels came off for him in the fourth as UCLA ultimately scored 12 runs in that inning. 5 hits for Iowa, no runs to show for those 5 hits. Tough sledding against the nation's top team, the UCLA Bruins, #1 in the country. UCLA won the opener 5-2 in a very tightly contested, close, hard-fought game, and then yesterday was all UCLA. Landon Stump and Kyle Olivo, that is the pitching matchup today. And we will preview both of those pitchers and take a look at this game when we come back on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hi, this is Coach Jan Jensen inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency at the Iowa River Landing. We'll talk Hawkeye women's basketball, answer your questions, and have a lot of fun along the way. The show airs weekly on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. I'd love to see you there. Go Hawks!
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
John Leo and John Evans with you from Duane Banks Field this morning as we get ready for a noon first pitch against the top-ranked UCLA Bruins. Yes, that's right, John Evans back in the booth with me. Good to have my great friend John sitting to my right today. He'll join us after we talk with Coach Heller. John squared back in full strength this weekend. Good to have John with me for the finale against UCLA. Before we look at today's pitching matchup, let's break down the standings after some shuffling going on with a couple of series of teams that are trying to separate themselves in the league. UCLA way out in front, 11-0 in the Big Ten. On an 18-game winning streak, 24-2. Iowa will try to break that win streak today. By far the biggest win streak in the conference. USC is 9-2 in the Big Ten. They're 25-3 overall. Iowa will visit the Trojans in a couple of weeks out in L.A. Nebraska is in third in the Big Ten. They're at 7-1. They're 21-6 overall. They've won 5 in a row. The Huskers doing a pretty good job. Iowa will go to Lincoln later in the year. Oregon in fourth at 7-2, 22-5 overall. They are 8-2 in their last 10. Purdue came all the way back to beat Michigan State yesterday after the Spartans got out to an 8-1 lead. Purdue came all the way back with, I believe, a couple of grand slams to beat Michigan State in East Lansing. Purdue now 6-5 in the league, 17-8 overall. The Boilers are pretty good. Iowa will end its season against Purdue in Des Moines. Tickets are on sale for that series at Principal Park later on this season. Rutgers, Illinois, and Washington are all just above Iowa. Iowa is 3-5 in the league, 12-10 overall. And the Hawks have dropped a couple of games here to UCLA trying to figure things out against the Bruins today. Iowa is tied with Ohio State, Northwestern, and Penn State for 9th. Michigan State, Minnesota, Michigan, Maryland, and Indiana all below Iowa as it stands right now. Teams wrapping up series across the Big Ten. One game already in action. Illinois 3-0 over Penn State in the bottom of the 6th inning. A quick-moving game in State College. USC and Maryland will play a rubber match today. Indiana and Nebraska in Lincoln. Nebraska's already won that series. Michigan and Rutgers with a rubber match in Piscataway. Purdue and Michigan State will solve their series at 1 o'clock today in East Lansing. Ohio State and Minnesota later on. Northwestern and Washington out in Seattle. And Oregon will wrap things up against UC Santa Barbara. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, as our pregame coverage continues after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. and service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Walmart.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Want all the benefits of a new Honda for a fraction of the price? It's not a dream. It's a dream deal. Get 0.99% APR financing on certified pre-owned Honda Civics, HRVs, CRVs, and Passports. Backed by Honda's 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Every certified pre-owned Honda goes through a 182-point inspection and is reconditioned like new. To get 0.99% financing on certified pre-owned Hondas, search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. For well-qualified buyers. Offer ends 4/30/26.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball, the series finale against the top-ranked UCLA Bruins here at Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City. Joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a new day as we wrap things up with UCLA today.
Yeah, I was wondering, but the sun did come up today, so here we go. It's going to be a better day today, and as bad as yesterday was, it's still just one game, and wipe it away, hopefully, and learn from it, and hopefully go out and play better today.
What's your approach when you talk to the guys after a game like yesterday?
I mean, it varies, but yesterday was just with all of our young pitchers and new guys on the staff. You just find out that they haven't either committed or they haven't been able to completely buy into the system, the mental game system of next pitch. It don't matter who you're playing, blah, blah, blah. It was a big crowd. I think the moment just got big and sped up for some guys. I mean, that's the only way you can explain a total collapse like that on the mound. I mean, other than that, I mean, it started out horribly. You basically, you do have to take your starter out with the bases loaded and nobody out in the first inning, and Tyler Guerin comes in and holds them to one run. I mean, I'm thinking that just won the game for us. And then, he's pitching great. It's going to be a day where, I mean, we're not probably going to beat up any of their pitchers offensively, but we've got a chance to score some runs. The wind's blowing out. And then, was it third, fourth inning, and he just lost it, and it was boom, boom, boom. I mean, the kind that catches you with your pants down, and you're not expecting it, and boom. Next thing you know, he's hitting the guy with the bases loaded, and they've only got one hit, and they just score, and you're like, what do? You go to the bullpen. I was torn between Husak, our best guy, and Slagle, since it was early in the game, because he's done a really nice job of coming in and minimizing in situations like that. And I go with Slagle, and he's a true freshman, and he hits the next two guys, and it was over. I mean, it was over. And then just really trying to find somebody to stop the bleeding and give up 12 runs in that inning, and the game's over. And other than that, I mean, I thought we were ready to play. I thought the defense played well, all those things. And what Guerin did when he came in the next two innings were really good. I mean, that was the best I've seen him pitch this year. And do I have an explanation? No, I don't. It just is what it is. But the message to the team is like, if you're not playing for the right reasons, if you're not all in, I mean, commitment is different than, I want to do that. Yeah. And you find out when things don't go well a lot of times who really is committed and who's playing for maybe personal agendas and those type of things. And it's actually good that it happens, because then you kind of know who your guys are and who they aren't, and you can manipulate it from there. But it just was a rough day, because you never like to be embarrassed, and this game will embarrass you. It always does. It's humbling, and I mean, I saw, I look at the scores every night, and there were 2 or 3 yesterday that 21-2, right, 24-2, and one of them was a unranked team against the 9th ranked team in the country. So it's baseball, and people have to understand that once you get down like that, you're not going to burn your best guys. Yes. When you're down against UCLA, you're just trying to trying to get guys out there and get their feet wet and put them in situations like that. So when they do get in and it's a leverage situation, that they'll be able to handle it a lot better. And so there are positives to getting guys into situations like that. And then the other thing about our team right now is just like, and we've talked about it when we were going good. I mean, we were about as hot as we could be for 15, 16 games, and then it just started to slow. It's really difficult when you've got 8, 9 guys on a hot streak, and then when guys start to, I don't even want to say slump, I don't mean that, but just go back to more of a normal. Psychologically, they're like, thinking I'm in a bad place, and this is when it's just the way the game goes. I mean, you're never as good as your best day or as bad as your worst. You're really somewhere in between.
Right.
And in baseball, you got to be good when you're in between. Yeah. You got to have good at
where you settle.
Yeah. Where you settle, it has to be a good place, and you get your hits now and again, and then but you have a good at bat, and you move a runner, you score a guy from third, with less than 2 outs, and you get a bunt down, you steal a base. It's all about what can I do today to help the team win, and if it's anything other than that, then it's not much fun. This game will beat the hell out of you if you're playing and living and dying with results. And unfortunately, we're going through that really for the first time this year, where the last 2 weeks guys have slowed or went more into a normal pattern, and you're seeing really good arms, which you're not going to bludgeon good arms really anytime. And good pitching beats good hitting most every time, and you just have to grind, and you have to be tough and have good at bats and dominate the zone, and all those things. Our training and our system is designed to beat the best teams, and that's what we have to go back to. And when you get outside your norm, or when you start to panic and start to chase hits, it basically eliminates the value of your training. And that's what we talk a lot about, is like, get out of your way, just focus on the next pitch and let your training take over. That's it. That's all you can do. And easier said than done. I mean, that's to me is what coaching baseball is. It's trying to get guys confident, keep their confidence up, and try to teach them systems where they truly buy into and commit to the process. And that's the difference between guys as they move up the ladder in pro ball. I mean, 80% of the guys on the field today will grade out exactly like 80% of the major leaguers from a talent standpoint. The difference is between the years, the mental skills and the confidence and the ability to put the bad stuff behind and not let it beat you up and live and die. The guys who move up the ladder, outside of the elite 20% that, are just the Otanis and the Judge and the Stanton.
So gifted.
Yeah. But the 80% of them are just like these guys, and that's what I tell the guys all the time. I mean, if you're going to move up in this game, you have to dominate the mental game. Your approach and your systems have to be flawless. And when the crap hits the fan, which it's going to, you have to have something to hang your hat on. And when you have young guys and new coaches and all that, it makes it difficult because everybody else has to learn the system too. And so you have you'll have some ups and downs as you're trying to get through it. But to me, like, that was my biggest focal point, is playing hard, doing what we do, controlling the controllables. And that's all you can do, and do the best you can at that. Usually you're going to be okay.
And I think as we zoom out, I know we're talking about the here and now, but if we zoom out a little bit, watching these freshmen, these young guys grow this season and into the future, that'll be a sight to see, because the guys have the talent, like you're saying, the mental game and the reps to improve.
Yeah, and they just have to be consistent. I mean, consistency is a superpower, and it's what we try to thrive on. And when you have a bunch of new guys, the consistency isn't there, and the development isn't there from, just guys that come in and maybe they have a good fastball, but, they're inconsistent with their breaking ball, and they're working on their changeup, but they really can't even throw it in the game with runners on base because you're afraid it's going to go to the backstop. You got to get over that hump, and like a Jaron Bleeker, like you look at Jaron where he was at last year and the jump he has made because he can control all of his pitches. And I think that's the learning curve for every one of the younger pitchers, is that, you have to be able to throw all your pitches competitively every time. I mean, it can't be one time I'm a one-pitch guy. And if you're a one-pitch, two-pitch guy against a team like this, they're going to kill you. You know what I mean? They're going to destroy you. But anyway, that's what we have to get better at, and that's what we're trying to. And guys are making improvements, and it didn't show yesterday in the scoreboard, but they're definitely. We'll just keep plugging away, and we'll come back around and get going in a better place offensively. Hopefully it's today. But if not, we'll just keep plugging away and keep working at it. That's all you can do.
When we talked to Coach Sutherland post-game, especially after a tough loss, he tells us, hey, good thing about baseball is a lot of games, and we're right back here tomorrow. So here we are today against UCLA for the final time. On the pitching side of things, going to go with Kyle Olivo to give it a rip. I like what I see from Kyle. He's that fiery freshman with a lot of juice. Hopefully he can control it today.
He really is. And Kyle is a guy who wants the ball. Kyle wants it right. I mean, he wants it on Friday night. He wants the ball. What Kyle has to do is just become more consistent. Just like we just talked. I mean, consistency needs to be his superpower. Where right now it's the only time he gets himself in trouble is when he's inconsistent. And hopefully as this year progresses, and today being one of them, that he goes out and he can repeat things, and he can wipe things away and get back on track, and he can hit with his off-speed pitch when he's down in the count. Because regardless of how hard you throw, if you can't hit with off-speed down in the count or fastball counts, then you're not going to win in college baseball or professional baseball. And he just has to become better at that. And hopefully it's a growth day for him, and he can give us some quality innings. And I don't know where we'll go after him, if it'll be Brady Ferguson or Cole Moore or right to Joe Husak. But we got to get Joe in more leverage situations as well as he's pitched. It's kind of like the worst thing in the world when your closer's really good and then you're not getting the ball to him with a lead late in the game. And that's why I was really wondering if I made the right call yesterday, not using Joe in that situation. But by the time Joe would have been in, we would already been down 4, and I don't know if you wanted to have Joe in the game down 4. I don't know, but
we'll need him today.
Yeah. But today we got to make sure that we use Joe in a situation when the game's still viable.
Offensively, Coach, what do we do against Stump for UCLA?
It's kind of the same as the rest of them. I mean, he's got good stuff. He's going to throw hard. He's going to run it up to 95. Going to see a lot of heaters.
Okay.
And need to be able to hit heaters. And for whatever reason, we're kind of off a little bit right now as a group. Certain guys are going well. Like Joey Narat. I mean Joey's
yesterday.
But Joey's had a great weekend and has nothing to show for it. And that's baseball. It's funny. Even when you're not going good, and that seems to be the thing. What happens? Everybody
teases you.
Yeah. He's hitting 4 balls like 110 and has no hits to show for it, and it's just not fair sometimes. But maybe today's the day he gets 3 jam shots that fall over the shortstop's head to even it out.
We'd take it.
We'll take it today. I mean, we just need to have good at bats, and that's what we talked about all morning, was just quality at bat. Get off the results, get off that bad swing, whatever. Put it behind and let's go. Grind him out. Good at bat. We know that the situation of the game yesterday didn't force them to use their best guy, and so he's going to be available today, which makes today a lot tougher than it would have been had we hung around long enough to have him pitch yesterday, but we didn't. And so the punishment to us is that we see him today after Stump. So anyway, I mean we just need to keep it as close as we can and hope that we have a chance, just like we said with our basketball guys. I mean, regardless of who we play, they play hard enough and smart enough and savvy enough to keep it close, and and then give themselves a chance at the end. Do they win them all? No, but they won a lot because they gave themselves a chance, and that's what we have to hope for today.
All right, Coach, good luck against the Bruins today.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Banks. Final game of the series with UCLA in town. It's a gorgeous Sunday morning, about to be afternoon as we get ready for first pitch between Iowa and UCLA to wrap up the series. We're back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cyhawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cyhawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
From the roar of the crowd to Carver cones, can't miss plays and heart-pounding finishes. There's something for everyone at an Iowa athletics event. Don't just hear about it or see the clip on your phone. Be part of it. Change up your routine and get your friends together for an Iowa athletics event. Make it a memorable one by visiting HawkeyeSports.com. Fire up the fight song, cue the victory polka, and experience what it means to be a Hawkeye on Iowa. And go Hawks!
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field this morning as we get ready for first pitch of the series finale between the UCLA Bruins and the Iowa Hawkeyes. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Landon Stump, the starting pitcher for UCLA today. Kyle Olivo, the starter for Iowa. Stump, a right-handed junior with a 1-0 record, 20 2/3 innings pitched for him, 16 strikeouts and 11 walks. 4.35 ERA, towards the bottom of the staff for UCLA, funny enough as that sounds. Kyle Olivo will go for Iowa, 3.31 ERA, making his 7th appearance. It'll be his second start for Kyle. He's 1-1 on the season, 16 1/3 innings pitched. All right, we'll get you starting lineups in first pitch after we take our last break, but I want to introduce John Evans. Good to have you on my right side again today, John.
Good to be back. Well, I'd say let's change the luck, but I called a no-hitter yesterday against Iowa softball, so I'm not sure I'm good luck right now either.
Let's leave that one behind us. We got new fortune coming up today, I hope, as the Hawks get ready to take on a very, very good UCLA team that is ranked number 1 in the country. Third crack at them. Maybe third time will be the charm today against UCLA. All right, we'll take our final break. We'll come back with starting lineups and first pitch on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Iowa taking the field now as we get ready for the finale with the UCLA Bruins. The starting lineup for UCLA will look like this. It is identical to Friday's lineup for the Bruins. Dean West will lead things off and play left field. Rock Chalowski, the Stars shortstop, will bat second. Playing first base and batting third is Mulavai Lavu. The cleanup hitter is the third baseman Roman Martin today. In right field is Peyton Brennan. He'll bat fifth. Will Gasparino plays center and bats sixth for the Bruins. 7, 8, 9. Cashel Duggar, the catcher. Trey Godoy, the DH. And Phoenix Call, the second baseman. Defensively for Iowa on the infield left to right, Ben Swales at third. Cooper Schulte at short. Gable Mitchell at second. Caleb Wolf is the first baseman. In the outfield, left to right, Joey Narrett, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. The starting catcher is Carter Geffrey. And Iowa's starting pitcher today is redshirt freshman right-hander Kyle Olivo from Franklin, Wisconsin.
Big day for Kyle. Need him to dig into his bag. 6 appearances. He's got a start. He's 1-1 with a save, a 3.31 ERA, but just 16 and a third innings, 13 hits, 8 runs, 6 earned, 9 walks, 20 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 228 against him, but again, you heard Coach Heller mention in the interview, not sure who the next pitcher is, so really Kyle can set a tone by getting a little deeper into the game than maybe he's been asked to do.
The Iowa starters have combined for 4 innings pitched this weekend. Bleeker went all 4 of those on Friday. Logan Rundy unable to record an out yesterday in his start against UCLA. Olivo, typically a guy that we see on Saturday after Rundy, maybe even sometimes Friday after Bleeker. Not really a Sunday guy, but Iowa mixed things up a little bit because of the weather conditions. Friday was a much better day for Maddox Freeze to pitch, and so he threw 5 great innings against UCLA on Friday afternoon, and he's off the board today, unable to go. So it's Olivo's turn against UCLA today, a team that is batting .305. They had a good day yesterday. Got some help from Iowa, but also when that help came, they took advantage of it by hitting it all over the park.
Yeah, a ton of free bases yesterday, and really in the series, and so that'll kind of have to be how Iowa works around those and prevents that. UCLA doesn't need help,
right?
So get in the zone, make them hit it around the yard, and at least go with a clean slate.
Dean West is the leadoff hitter for UCLA. He's in the left-handed batter's box. Kyle Olivo starts him with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball inside for ball 1. We are underway at 12:02.
Yeah, Kyle's last warm-up pitch was 98, so just see if he can harness that energy.
1-0 from Olivo. There it is. A little bit more over the plate, 1-1. 8 hit batters yesterday, 5 walks.
4 consecutive had to be a little interesting.
Yeah, really tough 4th inning yesterday for Iowa. This game starts 0-0 as Olivo deals the 1-1. This is bounced off of West's foot, foul.
Yeah, we talked about
no
that.
Carryover.
We talked about that in the dugout. There's not a total run scored. There's not an anything else. You get to go right back to all square today, and so I'm not sure if yesterday's score is easier to wipe off than a 5-4 walk off or a 2-1 walk off or not, but I guess we'll find out.
Mm-hmm. Olivo takes a deep breath. He winds and fires the 1-2 to West. Strike 3 called. Good start for Kyle.
Nice off-speed pitch there. After showing 96 to 98 on the fastball, through the 91 mile an hour. I assume that was a little cutter action, and got it across the inside part of the plate for the first out.
Good start for Olivo, and now we'll see Chalowski stand in the right-handed batter's box. Chalowski, a .347 hitter. And Olivo starts him with a fastball downstairs. Hawkeyes in their Sunday golds today, the gold scripts. Iowa spelled out in the script font in black across the chest. White pants for Iowa. Black caps in the field with the gold script eye on the front panel. 1-0 pitch to Chalowski's outside and low. 2 balls and no strikes.
We saw Rock last year at the Big Ten tournament. He's got a smoothness about him, and I think that part of the baseball is hard is you got a guy that talented that's hitting .347. Everybody thinks, you should get a hit every time you go up, but it's not that easy.
2-0 from Olivo, missed down and out, ball 3. He was talking with Coach Heller before the game. Usually Coach spends his pregame talking with the opposing head coach, manager. Had a little time for Chalowski today, did Coach Heller. 3 balls and a strike. Kyle hits the outside edge, 3-1.
Well, Coach has seen a lot of talent come through in his years of coaching, but my guess is Chalowski might be a top 3 or 5 guy he's seen, if not topper.
Yes. Chalowski Didn't have to swing at any pitches from Olivo there. That one was outside. A 5-pitch walk to Chalowski. He'll trot down to first base. UCLA in all grays today. Bruins spelled out in blue script with gold trim across the chest. They'll wear blue caps in the field. This is their Friday uniform, same one they wore on Friday.
I mean, we had Matt Shaw come through here. Jace Young came through here. There's been some talent that's played on this field.
Ulavai Lavu, the batter for UCLA now.
Not to sell short the talent that Iowa's had on the field.
Absolutely.
But Iowa hasn't had a upper half of the first round guy.
And again, this entire lineup for UCLA, pretty loaded. 1-0 pitch from Olivo. That's fouled back to the pad, 1-1. Lavu, a .377 hitter, leads the team. He's got the best batting average. And he gets plenty of accolades, plenty of attention. 7 home runs, 5 doubles for Lavu. He's got a home run in this series. 1-1 from Olivo. Breaking ball, dropped in at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 1-2. Talking with UCLA's SID earlier this weekend. Pretty busy workload. These guys down on the field for UCLA keep him quite busy. Media requests, a lot of releases, a lot of awards. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Lavu. Olivo's pitch. Got a piece of it, knocked it foul to the Iowa dugout, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, I imagine there's quite a bit of, certainly, again, the guy down at first base is going to get a lot of requests. Obviously a large media market, but then a guy that if he doesn't go 1-1, it's going to be purely because of economics would be my guess, as baseball is a little funny that way.
Nice pitch from Olivo, breaking ball that Lavu barely got a piece of to stay alive. Carter tried to corral it. UCLA's been a really hard team to strike out. Bleeker was pretty good against him on Friday, had 6 strikeouts. Freeze followed up with 6 over 5 innings, so he struck out UCLA 12 times, but long at bats. Feels like no 3-pitch strikeouts. Ball and 2 strikes on Lavu with a runner at first. The pitch is outside. Took a little something off there.
221 free bases, 151 walks, 70 hit by pitches, and 173 strikeouts. I mean, they have considerably more free bases than they have strikeouts, which is very impressive.
Counts even at 2. Chalowski has a very small lead at first. They don't steal a ton of bases to the Bruins. 2-2 from Olivo. Hit in the air to center. Risley moving over towards the gap. He makes the catch. On the right side of the Tiger Hawk in center. 2 down now for the Bruins. Chalowski stayed put at first.
If you hit the ball as well as they do, why would you risk getting thrown out on the base pass?
Right. That's something that I haven't said too much. You know, I think they're very much near the bottom of the Big Ten. I don't last or right around it when it comes to stolen bases. But to your point, like that, you got to frame it the right way. And it's why would you even consider stealing bases when you're just going to put it in play and drive it?
I don't want to give up an out.
Yep.
And it's not like you don't have a bunch of singles hitters. So, I mean, you can score a guy from first. You can easily score a guy from second on a gap. I mean, you don't
smart.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they don't have team speed. It just means they're going to use it in selective spots.
2 outs for Roman Martin, cleanup hitter, and third baseman. Stands in from the right side. Olivo deals. Fastball that was in, got by Geffrey. Geffrey could not glove it, and Chalowski will take second. Just couldn't get the 94-mile-an-hour fastball that was in. It's 2-0.
Yeah, I don't know if that maybe crossed him up a little bit. Pitch I'm sure he's going to tell you he should have caught.
Pass ball. And so Chalowski's now at second. 2 outs. Olivo on the rubber for Iowa. And the pitch. Breaking ball down and out, ball 3. Overcast skies today. Day started sunny. I don't know what happened. As soon as we got closer to first pitch, clouds came over. It's the warmest day by far, though, in Iowa City.
That was the upside of doing softball. It was warmer in their booth.
Didn't have to open the windows, huh?
Well, it's
3-0 from Olivo is down, ball 4.
Yeah, this is exactly what Coach Heller talked about in the pregame with you, too, about for Kyle to take that step. There's the consistency. I know he's trying to pitch carefully and selectively to Cholowski and here, but you've got to still get in the zone, and so it's that consistency that we talked about it a couple years ago with like Brody and Marcus and Cade.
On our side,
you got to get deeper into games.
2 outs for Peyton Brennan. First pitch to him is at the knees for a strike. Much better start for Kyle.
And multiple walks and hurting yourself that way just doesn't allow you to get 6-7 innings into a game.
And to your point, reading off those stats moments ago, his team doesn't chase.
Correct.
No balls in a strike on Brennan. The right fielder, left-handed hitter. He skies one to left. That will angle foul, and Kyle's up ahead here, 0-2.
If I had to guess, they would like the ABS challenge system because they know where the zone is.
They don't look silly very often.
No, they do just fine with the helmet taps, I would guess.
First and second for UCLA, 2 outs. In the top of the first, Olivo trying to get out of the first inning. Comes set, checks the runner at second, pitches a breaking ball up and away, popped out of the hand, and it's 1-2 now. Brennan is a .216 hitter. Olivo takes a peek at second, now pitches. Ground ball right side, long run. Ball is, play is stopped as that's a foul ball off of the foot of Brennan. He did not come out of the box. Iowa hustled over. Wolf was there to grab it, but foul ball.
Can we check for the shoe leather like the old days?
Yeah. What do you like here, John? The heater?
I do. I like the pitch he used to strike out West. Come back in with maybe the cutter inside.
Yeah. Take a little something off maybe. We'll see what Olivo throws. Fans getting behind Kyle. Here's the 1-2. Just low. 96 just below the knees.
Boy, he was walking toward the dugout. He hit his spot perfectly there.
Couldn't get Brennan to go after it, and it's 2-2. Great pitch. Just low. Deep breath from Olivo. And the pitch. That's low. Got by Geffrey again, but he's able to track it down. No advancement by the runners, and the count's now full. Olivo has to come through.
This is where Kyle's got to shake it off, though. You can even see in his body language a little bit that he's a little disappointed he didn't get a call. And, man, it just doesn't matter now.
Yep.
You got to get back on there and be ready to go.
He's well over 20 pitches in this first inning. Runners will be going on the pitch from Olivo as the 3-2 comes home. Swing and a miss. He got him with the heater. It was high. Brennan went after it. Didn't get it.
Got one outside of the zone there. Got a little chase. Could use the help. Maybe on the 2 pitches before he earned that one.
Nothing doing for the Bruins except for a couple of walks. Iowa holds them off the scoreboard. We'll be back for the bottom of the first inning after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics, visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Iowa will be led off by Gable Mitchell, Miles Risley, and Caleb Wolf in the bottom of the first. After keeping the Bruins off the board in the top half. Middle of the order today for Iowa, Joey Narrett, Cooper Schulte, and Carter Geffrey. And then 7, 8, 9, Kellen Strohmeyer, Ben Swales, and the DH, Jalen Ziegler. The starting pitcher for UCLA is a right-handed junior from Morgan Hill, California, Landon Stump.
You knocked off Stump's statistics earlier. Does have 2 starts in conference, 2.45 ERA. He's not going to go a long time, just thrown 7 innings in those 2 starts, only 20 2/3 in his 6 starts on the season. So, again, he's kind of more of a starter guy, but not necessarily a length guy. Fastball's going to be in the low to mid-90s, and then he'll throw a good mix after that as well.
Mitchell in the left-handed batter's box, ready to roll. First pitch swinging, lines one to right. And right to Brennan, who makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Well, 103 off the bat, but unfortunately right to where Brennan had camped out at.
Bullpen ace still out there. Just to finish your thought there, John. Wyland Moss.
And a guy capable of eating multiple innings, not just a guy coming in to get an inning save.
Right, he's got 22 1/3 in 7 appearances, and Iowa's not been able to get to him Friday or Saturday, so you know that we're going to see him today. Hopefully can hit around Stump a little bit today. Here's Miles Risley. Takes an off-speed pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes on Risley. Back in the lineup today. Coach Heller gave him the day off yesterday.
I do enjoy the UCLA uniforms.
They've been sharp. Down and in with the fastball, ball 3. Yesterday was one of those that we call all-time uniform matchup. Iowa's black tops with the gold print, and the UCLA wore the powder keg blue, by the way.
Powder keg, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
First I'd heard of that.
I like it.
But because to me, John, it's UCLA blue. You know, how would you describe UCLA's blue? I don't know. It's UCLA blue.
Yeah, it's like Carolina blue. It's UCLA blue. Of course it is.
3-1 on Risley, the pitch. Miles took another one at the top of the zone, 3-2.
I would completely respect that description.
We're just sports guys to the max, I guess.
It helps.
Full count now. Stump has gotten back into the count. The right-hander delivers. Risley lines into the camera well beyond the UCLA dugout left side. Iowa with 2 runs on Friday. Nothing yesterday. It's going to be hard to keep this Iowa offense down for long. Next pitch to Risley is up. Eye level for ball 4, and he's on with a 1-out walk. Now, granted, UCLA's pitching staff is, I'm hoping, the best we'll see all year. USC's got a pretty darn good one in a few weeks.
USC might have something to say about that. But, again, there's a reason why UCLA is number 1 in the country, and it's not because they're a one-dimensional team with a bunch of holes. It's they can score runs. They can get you out. They're fundamentally good on defense. They do a lot of things well.
Risley at first base with 1 out. Caleb Wolf, the batter now for Iowa. Wolf batting .398. First time in a while he's dipped below 400. We were talking with Coach Heller earlier. We put some air quotes around the term cooled off or in a slump, and you look at guys like Mitchell and Wolf who are, quote, slumping lately, but still batting around 400.
Well, the hard part is, you're not going to hit 500 all year. Like we were talking about with Chalowski. I mean, your number one pick in the draft is hitting 347. I mean, you're not going to hit 500. So of course your average is going to come down as the season comes along. And I was talking to Gable about it in the dugout beforehand, and one of the things that fouled back into the screen. One of the things we were talking about was just, and we saw it a little bit at the end of last year. You hate it when 4 or 5 or 6 guys kind of get into that lull or that little valley at the same time. You can fight through a guy or 2 guys, but in this case, Mitchell's cooling off a little and Wolf's cooling off a little, and that's the top of your order. Those are your table setters.
Right. Risley at first. 0-1 pitch to Wolf. And drifted outside. We've seen Joey Narrett, who's on deck. He has had numerous good at-bats this weekend against UCLA. Doesn't have a hit yet. And Coach Heller talked about that earlier. He's had 4 line drives, about 110 miles an hour off the bat. As Risley takes off, Wolf shoots it down the third base line. It's fair into the corner. Risley heading for third. He'll be held there. Wolf slams on the brakes with a hard round past first. He'll stop there. Runners at the corners on the hit and run.
A small ball, Heller ball, worked like a charm there as Wolfie just saw the pitch, stuck with it, and just poked it right down the line.
And now we'll see Narrett. Narrett, who's been on it, will have time called by UCLA right away. And Coach Savage of the Bruins is headed to the mound. Nobody throwing yet, and so this is a chat, but he does all their visits, all their changes.
Yeah, this is more of a defensive strategy. How are we going to attack? If Iowa plays a game, what are we going to do? Because their relievers just getting to the bands. He hasn't even picked up a baseball yet, so.
I think you almost like Narrett to swing it here. I haven't seen Joey drop down a bunt this year, but he's the guy with the pop. He's got the doubles power. He's got the home run power on a day when the wind is blowing out to straightaway center.
Well, he leads your team with 14 extra base hits, 10 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. This Iowa team doesn't have a lot of home run power, but to your point, Joey does have a lot of gap power and then speed to go on top of it.
Mound visit has concluded. First and third for Iowa. Bottom of the first, there's 1 out. No score. First pitch to Narrett. That got by the catcher. Here comes Risley. He'll score. That pitch didn't stand a chance. Risley touches home. The Hawks are on the board.
Absolutely spiked an 81 mile an hour, whatever it was. It went 55 feet, and good for Joey to get out of the way just to make sure that that ball got all the way to the screen.
Wolf sprints up to second. He's in scoring position now for Narrett. Still just 1 out. 1-0 Hawks. Stump, the right-handed starter for UCLA, comes set from the belt, brings home the 1-0 to Narrett. Out in front of the changeup, swing and a miss, 1-1.
Threw the same pitch. That one was much better, though. And Joey did not expect to see it again. Maybe he didn't recognize the first one.
He saw a lot of changeups yesterday. Ball on the strike with 1 out. The pitch. Grounded foul over towards the first base side. Another changeup down.
I'll say he's seen 3 now. 2 have been pretty good. Fortunately, I guess for Iowa, the first one was bad enough. It worked to drive in a run.
Wolf with a good lead at second. Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Narrett. Joey was on fastball timing, at least prepared for it as Stump went there, and Narrett fouled it over to the left.
Yeah, Joey is a little bit of a strikeout guy, so he's got to keep his don't guess here. Trust your training. Know what you're doing.
The 1-2. Joey hits on the ground. Backhand stop by Chalowski at short. He's going to first with it, and he'll get Narrett. Wolf with a pretty risky play there. He went to third. Chalowski gave him a look, but I think he was going to first the whole way.
Caleb did exactly what he was supposed to do. The ball was behind him, and he got a good jump, so secondary lead. He went right to third. If Chalowski makes that throw, a lot of things have to go right to get that out, because he wasn't 15, 20 feet from second base, so it was a long throw to get that. He made the good play to go over to first and get the out.
Iowa's 5-hitter and shortstop Cooper Schulte's in the box now. First pitch to him, swing and a miss.
To Coach Heller's point, that was 100 miles an hour off the bat, even though it was opposite field. Good solid contact again, stuck with it, just unfortunately mostly right at a guy.
Runner at third is Wolf. With 2 outs, Iowa leads 1-0.
Iowa able to take advantage of the free base that UCLA wasn't.
A 1 from Stump. That's down. Schulte left it low. 1-1 now.
Because that walk and the wild pitch really sets up the inning. Iowa able to go hit and run, then put runners on the corners, and then that what should have been a routine double play ground ball.
1-1. Schulte taps past third base, foul to the left of the bag.
Turns into just a ground out after the wild pitch.
Right, some good fortune generated by Iowa. Ball and 2 strikes now on Schulte, hanging tough with 2. There are 2 outs. Stump's pitch. Foul tip into the glove of Duggar. Schulte chased a high fastball and strikes out. He is the 3rd out. A run comes across for the Hawkeyes. It was a wild pitch by UCLA that allowed Miles Risley to score. We're through 1. Iowa's got the early lead, 1-0. Back in a moment on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. New head coach Ben McCullum and the Iowa men's basketball team are ready to hit the hardwood.
He's working hard into the corner. Koch hits a 3. Oh, talk about catch and shoot.
Carver Hawkeye Arena is heating up. Witness the electrifying plays in person and be a part of the roaring Carver crowd. Take in all the action happening at Carver Hawkeye Arena by visiting HawkeyeSports.com on Iowa and Go Hawks.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Will Gasparino will lead it off for UCLA in the second. Iowa with the early 1-0 lead over the Bruins.
At least they moved him up a couple spots out of the 8th spot he started the season in.
He's got 11 home runs, and he lines one to left. Narrett is burned by it as it gets over his head. Gasparino heading for second. He's in there with a leadoff double.
To say he was burned by it is a little rude. That was 111 on the bat.
It was scorching on its way out there, John.
It left a vapor trail going over his head, so maybe he did get burned by it.
Not a mistake. Nothing that Joey did wrong there. It was just well over his head. That line, that one of the hardest hit line drives.
Yeah, fortunately it had no launch angle, or the wrestling building would have been in danger.
Leadoff double for UCLA in the second as the Bruins aim to respond after Iowa scored in the bottom of the first. Cashel Duggar, the catcher, is up. He's a left-handed hitter. Iowa's got him shifted over to the right. First pitch hit him. Breaking ball, he wore it in the hip.
2 quick pitches, 2 quick base runners for UCLA. Not the answer you want after you put up your first run.
Tough formula to succeed against UCLA, who we talked about it yesterday. John and I talked about it a little bit already today. They don't need any help.
No.
Here's Trey Godoy, the DH, the only non-junior in the lineup. He is a freshman, batting .353. He was the DH on Friday. And the first pitch from Olivo is lined right to Mitchell. He caught it, flipped to second. The force is there, double play. And now they say that Mitchell has dropped the ball. And we're going to have, is this a triple play? This should be a triple play, shouldn't it? Mitchell dropped the ball. Everybody's out. Time called, mass confusion here. It was a line drive right to Gable. I thought he caught it. The umpire said he dropped it. This could be a triple play.
This could be. The tag at second base, I'm not sure about. I'm not sure if they actually tagged Gasparino at second or not while he was off the bag. Obviously, touched second base, flipped it to first. At a bare minimum, it's a double play.
Umpires say that they're safe at second, but both runners that are at first base, they've got to be out because Gable popped up. Schulte then threw it to first because Godoy did not come. He did not go to first base until late, so he's out. He was the batter. He's going to be out on the throw. It's got to be at least 2, right, John?
Has to be 2 outs. There's no way it's not 2 outs.
There's no way the Bruins can have anybody at first base.
Now it took Caleb too long to touch the bag.
The runner at first, Duggar, never left first.
But he was out already because second base got touched.
Right.
So he doesn't matter.
So our sticking point is Gasparino at second. Is that right?
Should have been. And then did Caleb touch the bag in time? He was trying to touch the runner first. He didn't need to.
Why are we not reviewing this yet? Coach Heller is talking with the umpire, and all the umpires are still on the field.
Well, because right now I think we're trying to understand. Kyle's going to kill an umpire here as he walks across.
Heads up
on a warm-up pitch. So yeah, now we're going to review it because we're not right here.
Oh, this can't be right. After all that, Coach Heller goes palms to the ears, and we'll review it now.
There can't be less than 2 outs. I'm 100%. I'm not 100% anything. I would be willing to buy that there's only 2 outs that got made. I am not willing to buy that there was only 1.
Now we've got the review taking place.
Because my guess, the way it looks like they only called 1 out.
Right. UCLA has runners at first and second.
I mean, the hard part is we don't know what because they weren't definitive in any of their signals, we don't really know what the call on the field is that we're trying to get them to overturn. My guess is there was only 1 out called on the field is my guess, is why you have 2 guys standing out there.
I'm trying to think. Either way, we'll reset the play once we figure out what happens here. I know that was pretty chaotic.
Line drive to Gable Mitchell, who actually, whether he dropped
I didn't see
it
him drop it, but
yeah. Now I suppose you could make the call that he dropped it on purpose. If he dropped the ball on purpose, you could make the argument that okay, that can't work. But there's no way they could make that judgment that that ball was rocketed. So to make a judgment that he did that on purpose isn't going to really work. So.
Am I going to lose you, John, if we only get 1 out of this?
Well, you know, they took the strike zone off TrackMan so that I couldn't critique the strike zone. So yeah, I suppose maybe. Might as well find something. That or I'm going to just complain about the strike zone even harder since I've been really good in the limited games I've done with you this year about it. But yeah, I don't. Again, I don't see any way that there's not 2 outs here. I'm fully on board that there weren't 3, although that would be fun. But there's no way there's not 2. Gonna force me to.
Here we go. Here's the call. The crowd's going to help us out a bit here. We're going to wait for the officials to make the full call before we let you know. Call is overturned. We've got a triple play. Oh, my goodness. It is. Yes. All three are out for the Bruins. Whoa.
It turned into like a 4-pitch inning, I think.
We're going to have to go back and look at that. Sammy B next door. When's the last time we had a triple play? How in the world did that happen? We'll take it. We'll think about it, and then we'll let you know how exactly that happened when we come back. But we're headed to the bottom of the second. Iowa leads it 1-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey, Hawks. It's Coach Ben McCullum. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar. Check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hey, it's Coach Jan Jensen. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly, live at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar at the Iowa River Landing. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks!
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient location. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. I gave you that extra time, John, so you could figure out it was a 4 on the assist. Cooper Schulte gets 6 for the put-out touching the bag. He gets 6 for the put-out touching Gasparino coming back to second base. And then he gets an assist to Wolf at first. And Wolf gets the third put-out for the triple play.
And that right there, Hawkeye fans, is exactly why I'm glad John Evans is here today. And I'm glad he's back. I think you're right, John. I think you nailed it. A triple play by the Hawkeyes to get out of the second inning after giving up a leadoff double and then hitting a batter. And now the Hawks, leading 1-0 in the bottom of the second, have Carter Geffrey up. Geffrey hits one on the ground. Chalowski dives it short, knocks it down, throws it to first to get Geffrey. Oh, man.
He's pretty good.
Everybody talks about his hitting. That was a great diving play up the middle.
That's 108 off the bat. I mean, that's
not a slow roller.
No, that is a fantastic play. So that turned into a 1, 2, 3, 4 pitch inning for Olivo.
He needed that.
Yeah.
Here's Kellen Strohmeyer. Base is clear and 1 out. Stump pitching for UCLA. Strohmeyer watches low and away.
Sammy still has not put that into StatCast yet.
He's working on it.
We are progressed. We're into the second inning, but we've not figured out how we're going to get 3 outs in the bottom or the top of the inning yet.
I think he's scoring it as a line out. That Mitchell caught it,
but he didn't. The official, unless that was part of the overrule.
Yeah, because it was an overturned call. I heard that from the umpire. Said the call the play was overturned. I guess I don't know exactly what was overturned.
But then, yeah, because then I don't know whether it was tagging Gasparino out before he got back to the bag, and that's where the outs came?
All I know is that the play started with 0 outs and it ended with 3.
Well, but then the description I gave would have been completely wrong.
I'm going to you know what? I think I'm going to stick with yours. 3-1 to Strohmeyer. Ground ball off of Stump's glove and right to call at second base. He throws it to first. Strohmeyer beat it out. Infield single for Strohmeyer.
Good speed from Stroh there getting out of the box. Boy, that was 98 right up the box. So Iowa hitting the ball hard.
getting the bounces early.
Well, sort of. I mean, you also had 2 balls hit right at guys that were, well, the one to Chalowski was not right at him. He went and got it on 108. Mitchell led off the game with a rocket right at the right fielder.
Here's Ben Swales, the 8-hitter. First pitch to him. Up and in, called a strike. Change up from Stump at 82.
Stroh, team leader with 13 stolen bases.
He ran wild against Michigan State, the 0-1. Swales bounced foul to the left. Ben working through a little bit of an injury. He was very good in the league opening series at Penn State. Trying to work his way back. Stroh has a huge lead at first. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball, a good one from Stump. 2 down for Jalen Ziegler.
Yeah, he just didn't fool around either. Fastball right at the top or above the zone.
Now, Jay-Z was the DH on Friday, and he was in this spot, the 9 hole, had a couple of hits, trying to set the table for the top. He's up with 2 outs. First pitch to Ziegler is a called strike at the top. Sun coming back out now. Strohmeyer still at first with 2 outs. The 0-1 is a pitch out. They did this the other day and picked off Strohmeyer at first base, a pitch out. Yesterday, after Strohmeyer singled in the 3rd. Ball and a strike on Jay-Z. And they'll throw it over to first. Strohmeyer dives back. Ziegler hitting .354, standing in from the right side, 17 of 48 on the season. The 1-1 pitch to him is just low. 2-1.
Whew. I don't have my tic-tac-toe board. I don't know.
Looked pretty good. Had a tough day with the umpire yesterday, John. He was on a 2-second delay with his strike calls. Strohmeyer takes off. The 2-1 is fouled back into the netting. And so Kellen will have to go back. Two balls and 2 strikes. Top of Iowa's order, Gable Mitchell on deck. See if Iowa gets to him in this inning. Strohmeyer goes again. The 2-2 is flared to first, foul.
I say Strohmeyer at this point has a giant lead over there. He must feel really comfortable with what he sees from Stump.
See what Kellen's doing at first. Stump maybe throws it over. He's taken off again. The 2-2 is fouled off again. Yesterday we had at least 10 full count at-bats between the two teams. This isn't a full count yet, but it's turning into a lengthy at-bat for Ziegler. He's been fighting off a couple of 2-strike pitches in a row. The 2-2 could not draw contact on the changeup from Stump, and he strikes out to retire the side. We've played 2 in Iowa City. The Hawkeyes leading the top-ranked Bruins 1-0. And we'll be back for the 3rd in a minute. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
John Evans and John Leo in Iowa City on the campus of the University of Iowa. It is 1-0 Hawkeyes over the Bruins as we move to the third inning. And Phoenix Call will lead things off. The 9-hitter for UCLA. And he's been plenty good for the Bruins, especially yesterday. Had 4 hits.
Oh, Kyle getting some help there. He's actually thrown fewer pitches through 2 innings than Stump has by a pretty good number.
4 pitches in the last inning for Olivo, and it is a triple play for the Hawkeyes to quickly shut down the second. 1-0 Iowa in the third as Olivo deals to Call. First pitch, strike. Right down Broadway. He spun it in there. Call, the second baseman for UCLA, a .355 hitter. But limited at bats for him this year, 11 of 31. 3 doubles and a home run. Olivo out of the windup. Quick pitches the 0-1. Missed outside.
He was drafted in the 15th round coming out of high school by Boston. Decided to come play for UCLA instead.
Olivo's 1-1. Overthrew the fastball high and away. Wind shifting a bit to left center now, right towards the scoreboard. Threw it towards Carver instead of straightaway center where we started today. 2-1. Fastball out. Ball 3. Pop the mid at 94.
You definitely don't want to, we talked about free bases a lot, but.
Who called a strike very outside part of the zone. We'll take it.
Looked like exactly the same pitch you just threw.
Yeah.
But to the point, you don't really want to walk the 9-hitter to set the table for the top of this order.
Yeah, no kidding. 3-2. Let's see if Olivo can come back. He sure does. 96 right down Broadway, and he got Call looking.
Completely fooled him there. That was not sure what he was looking for. Kyle has really leaned on the fastball most of the day, especially when he's needed a strike. I suppose maybe he wasn't looking in that location, but boy, that was driving right down the center of the road there.
Huge strikeout for Olivo. And he avoids the walk. First out of the inning, and now here's Dean West. And he watched a fastball miss just off the plate outside. West, a left-handed hitter for the Bruins. Struck out looking to start today's game. Next pitch. Brought it into the zone, 1-1.
Chalowski's even such a great athlete. He's like 15 feet outside of the on-deck circle, closer to home plate, because he trusts his reflexes so much better than a normal human.
Which is incredible with a left-handed hitter in the box.
Exactly.
1-1 is in the dirt. Geffrey drops down to stop it.
Fouls off the 98-mile-an-hour fastball a little late. But nope, he's fine. He'll just catch it.
Go as far to say he'll catch it. Yeah, that's bold, Rock. 2 balls and a strike. Olivo winds and fires. And West hits very well to right. Strohmeyer is back, and he leaps up, and it's off the top of the wall and over the wall for a home run. West drove it to right, had some topspin to it, thought it might stay in the park, hit the top of the wall as Strohmeyer pursued. But it got over the wall, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, when he hit it, I thought it was an absolute rocket, but it only left the bat at 94. Stroh was tracking it, so that kind of gave me belief that he might have a chance, but he was not playing him to pull, and so then just wasn't able to get back to the wall in time to maybe pull it back in.
Here's Rock Chalowski now. Olivo starts him with a spinner that missed high and away.
Just West's second home run.
.1-0 from Olivo. He fell off the mound and missed downstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Chalowski walked in the first, as the Bruins have tied it up now 1-1 in the third. 2-0 pitch. Lined into left center over Schulte's head and into the gap. Chalowski around first. He will head for second. Here comes the throw. And Chalowski there with a stand-up double.
Yeah, that was just a smooth 106 on the first strike he's really seen.
Now batting first baseman, number 39.
As good as advertised. And Lavu comes up with one away. Olivo got him to fly out to Risley in center back in the first.
I mean, certainly why Olivo has been kind of nibbling on the edges with some of these hitters, but that's where you're going to have to keep him off balance and hopefully have something other than the fastball you can get in for a strike like that.
Yes. Breaking ball. Started at the eyes and landed just below the letters at the top of the zone for a called strike on Lavu.
Especially early in the count. Give yourself a chance to be able to mix pitches now ahead.
Major trouble when you fall behind 2-0. 0-1. Inside, just off the plate. I think that's a good pitch from Olivo. I think it's a ball, but I think it's a good pitch, 1-1.
Absolutely. I think he hit the exact spot he was looking for. You'd like to maybe be able to dot that in just a little bit better, but that's just a hitter that understands the strike zone and doesn't expand it much.
Count even at 1 with a runner at second and 1 out. Here's a ground ball to Schulte at short. Cooper's got it. He'll go to first to record the out as Chalowski takes third. Well done by Cooper at short.
And that was similar to the ball that Chalowski looked at third early back in the first inning, but the smart play there is to go over to first, get the out. Depend on your pitcher now to get this out and get you out of the inning.
2 outs for Roman Martin. Runner at third is Chalowski. 1-1 is our score in the third. Olivo's pitch in the dirt. Jeffrey leaned over to stop it. He was able to glove it. Martin batting .330 for the Bruins. Olivo's 1-0. Breaking ball, a lot of movement. Vertical movement, called a strike on the inside corner. If that's more of the sweeper, that hangs over the plate. But he had more of the vertical snap to that pitch.
Yeah, a little bit more of the 12-6 traditional curveball looking thing as opposed to the slider sweeper.
Olivo stays in the stretch with the runner at third, the 1-1. Line drive into center, that's a base hit. Risley over to cut it off. 2-out single for Martin gives UCLA the 2-1 lead in the third.
Boy, you can't double up a pitch and give him exactly the same look. That ball ends up floating in at 81, same spot, same tunnel, and it leaves at 104.
That pitch had more of the sweeper to it, didn't it? It hung over the plate. And Martin had just seen it, too.
Yeah, I just think you've got to change location with that pitch. You can't throw it in the same spot.
2-1 UCLA in the third now for Peyton Brennan. Olivo deals. Ooh. Look out. Foul ball on a line to the UCLA dugout. Dean West says, I'm going to move. He was on the edge of the dugout.
We were joking about that. That's the one that would have just killed Chalowski. Yeah. Because he was 15 feet in front of the on-deck circle.
The half swing from a left-hander is going to send it that way. No balls and a strike as Olivo comes set. Kyle brings it home. Fastball, low inside corner, strike two.
Right, see if he comes back with the cutter. See if he's got a changeup he's willing to throw here. He's not going to throw that the floating curveball to a left-hander. So
ahead at 0-2, the pitch from Olivo is skied in the air. Straight away, shallow center. Cooper Schulte, the shortstop, is back, and he's got it for the third out. UCLA scores 2, and the Bruins go in front 2-1. We'll bring you the bottom of the third in a minute on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Before we get to the bottom of the third inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Second time around now for the Iowa offense as Gable Mitchell will lead off the Hawkeye third. Bruins on top 2-1. Stump continuing to pitch for UCLA. This is in around the shin area of Mitchell for ball one. Overcompensated after missing low and missed way upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes on Mitchell. Gable flied out on the first pitch that he saw back in the first inning to right. A well-struck ball. The 2-0 to Gable is hit in the air to center. Gasparino drifting back. He's got plenty of room, and he makes the catch. First out of the inning.
UCLA does have a right-hander in the bullpen throwing. Wouldn't expect Stump to go a real long time here. Just again, not that he's had trouble or struggling, just that seems to be the pattern. We saw it a little bit last year too with UCLA, and then in the Big Ten tournament, they really aren't afraid to use the bullpen and just go inning by inning, trust their guys to get outs. We talk about Coach Heller and the midweek bullpen by committee. UCLA does that quite effectively. I mean, when the arm talent you have is that high.
Miles Risley, the batter, swings at the 0-1 pitch, sends it up the middle. Diving backhand stop by Call up the middle. But Risley legs it out. Infield single after Call got to that and tried to get it over to first.
Yeah, it wasn't hit very hard. Call did a great job getting over it.
To your point about the bullpen, John, we talked about that yesterday with Coach Heller. They run an MLB professional staff out there. Their pitching staff that's set up just, hey, you're coming in to get one guy, hey, maybe an inning, hey, total situational pitching there for UCLA, and it looks like they'll be making a change now.
Yep, they are done. They've already made the move.
Stump is done. We'll let you know who the new UCLA pitcher is as he emerges from the Bruin bullpen beyond the half wall in the left field corner as he's slowly walking to the field of play. All right, we're in the bottom of the third inning. Iowa trails 2-1. And we'll take a pitching change break and be back in a moment on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Go for 0.99% financing at your local Honda dealer during the Honda Spring event. Go for all Hondas in stock and on sale. Cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. Save thousands with 0.99% APR financing on 2026 Prologues. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit. The Boo offer ends 3/31/26.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on. Getting hyped for unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Bottom of the third inning, UCLA goes to the bullpen, and they are bringing in their bullpen ace. This is Wylan Moss, right-handed sophomore, into the game for the Bruins.
Man, these are video game numbers. He's 2-0 in 7 appearances with a save, and 0.40 ERA, 22 and a third innings, giving up only 14 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Walked 5, struck out 30. He's given up 1 extra base hit of those 14. Opponents only hitting 184 against him. I mean, he's thrown 2 wild pitches and hit 3 guys, so he's just a crazy guy out there.
Yeah, and pretty impressive in the warm-up pitches. Take that for what it's worth, I suppose. Caleb Wolf will be the first one to see him as he's making his way to the box now.
Well, he's not the guy that's going to walk in here and he's not throwing 98 to 100. It's going to be low 90s. It's a speed they've seen. He's got a slider. He's got a changeup. But what he does is he's effective with all of them. He's going to mix well. He doesn't have real strong tendencies. I mean, maybe he'll throw a changeup a little bit more than the slider, but he's not a guy that you're going to go, okay, I've got him in a bind. Here comes a fastball. He has confidence in all 3 pitches, and so you can't go up there and go, I'm going to get this and guess.
Risley, the runner at first base for Iowa, as the Hawkeyes trail 2-1 in the bottom of the third. I'd have to do some more studying on when Moss has come into games. This is pretty early, although he can eat innings. I sense that this might be pretty early, but they've got plenty of arms out there. As Wolf is in the left-handed batter's box, first one to him is off the catcher's glove into the backstop. The pitch was high and out. And Risley takes second.
He's irritated with himself there as he whiffed. He was kind of nonchalant about it, and the ball just got past Duggar. And
that's pass ball to me, don't you think?
That's 100% a pass ball. I thought the first one was, though, too, and called it a wild pitch on Olivo. But, that should be a pass ball.
So a runner in scoring position, less than 2 outs now for Iowa. 1-0 to Wolf. Caleb sends a chopper up the middle. Long run for the middle infield. Chalowski is the one that grabs it in front of second. And he throws it over to first to get Wolf.
Well, you notice how Call bailed. And part of that's just smart baseball. The shortstop coming across is going to have a much easier play than Call would have been going the other way. But when he kind of glanced up and saw Chalowski coming through, there was just no doubt that he had the out.
2 outs for Joey Narrett. He grounded out up the middle to Chalowski in his first time around. They've got him shifted over to the right. First pitch is a changeup down and in.
To your point about Moss finishing, 7 appearances, 22 innings. So, 3+ innings. So you wouldn't expect him to get through the 9th. Maybe he gets into the 6th, 7th, possibly sketches the 8th inning, but
1-0 to Narrett's inside. Tried the change again and missed.
But you'd like to think that Iowa's going to have an opportunity to see another arm. Not that there's a lot of arms that you're just dying to see in the UCLA bullpen. But
absolutely correct. We've seen a few of them on Friday, but none of them pitched that long, and so I think they'd all be on the board. 2-0 for Narrett, the pitch. Low and in, ball 3. Trying to work Joey in, and he's not getting him to take the bait.
In and with the changeup again. He's seen a bunch of them, so see if he'll maintain some discipline. Because, I mean, you could probably corkscrew him into the ground if you throw him a 3-0 changeup here, and he's got a green light.
Moss set with the 3-0. Here it comes. Change up and a swing and a miss by Narrett.
Pretty sure I called that.
Yeah, I think they heard you. That's exactly what it was. And by the way, on a serious note, I don't mind the green light there for Joey, but it was a changeup. Green light for the fastball is a different story.
You've got to identify the fastball.
3-1 now. Runner at third and 2 outs. Moss with a long pause. Now he kicks and fires. And Joey takes ball 4, low and away.
Yeah, clearly there's a scout for UCLA that says changeup. Joey's seen, 6 or 8 pitches, and nearly all of them have been changeups.
I think it's fair to say, John, full series worth of changeups. I'm not sure how many fastballs Joey's seen this entire weekend. Certainly none there. And Iowa's got runners at the corners with 2 outs. Another opportunity for the Iowa offense today against UCLA. Down by 1 in the third. Cooper Schulte, the batter, he struck out in the first. Moss ready to pitch to him. Righty on righty matchup. Cooper lines sharply foul out of play, right side.
Yeah, Coop's
a bit late on the fastball.
Coop's a 300 hitter on the season, but hasn't been great in these spots. Just 175 with runners in scoring position and just 211 with 2 outs. So settle in, don't press.
Find the outfield grass somewhere. The 0-1. Cooper had a good look at that pitch. Crossed the plate at the eyes high, 1-1.
Probably not going to play any games with the base runners to try to steal a run that way.
Ball and a strike. The pitch to Schulte, low and out, ball 2. A lot of room to the left of second for Cooper, as Chalowski is respecting the pull tendencies of Schulte.
Yeah, he's not covering second base on a Narrett steal. We'll go that route.
Yes. 2-1 now on Cooper. Moss delivers. Schulte hits high to left field. It's playable for West. He's looking up into the sky, into the corner, and he makes the catch for the third out, just to the right of the left field line. Iowa leaves runners at the corners. Some more pressure applied to UCLA, but can't score, and we're through 3 in Iowa City. It is 2-1 Bruins. We're back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. 2-1 UCLA here as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. Kyle Levo back out for his 4th inning of work. He'll face 6, 7, and 8. Gasparino, Duggar, and Godoy will be the 3 UCLA hitters. Hopefully that's all the UCLA hitters we see here in the 4th inning. UCLA got 2 runs in the top of the 3rd. Solo home run. And then a double by Chalowski. And an RBI single from Martin.
Olivo back to work here on Gasparino. Start the 4th inning. 2-1 Bruins. Kyle's missed on a couple in a row to start this at bat. Gasparino, Duggar, and Godoy. They were the hitters in the 2nd inning for UCLA. Here's the 2-0 from Kyle. Just low. Downstairs with the fastball at 94. Kyle's still cooking with it.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. He's just kind of building the stamina to maintain the speed.
3-0 catches the inside corner, 3-1.
That'll be as he adjusts. He learns how to start. Maybe it's you don't throw 97, 98.
Right. How many times do we see that though with the starter that evolves into more of a strike thrower than the flamethrower?
Well, because if he could consistently throw 95, 96. And do that then for 6, 7, 8 innings, as opposed to, well, I've got 98 for 2.
Ball 4 to Gasparino, came all the way back to make it 3-2, and then non-competitive slider.
Yeah, 5 straight fastballs, and I think that's probably the bigger issue right now. Is he's just to last and to develop into a starter. He's going to need to be able to throw the secondary pitches for more consistent strikes.
Duggar in the box for UCLA. He was hit by a pitch in the 2nd. And Kyle spiked the fastball. Coach Obermueller is heading to the mound to go talk with Kyle.
Well, this was pretty much how the 2nd inning started, with a line drive single, a hit by pitch, and then that's when it got weird.
Yes. Triple play after that. Now I've had enough of the triple plays. I don't need any more. We don't need any more base runners with nobody out.
I've seen a couple of unique things this weekend. The no-hitter yesterday in softball, and now a triple play. So
find that bingo card. Where is it, John?
Exactly.
We haven't referenced it too much this year. Home plate umpire Casey Mosier making his way to the mound to break up the meeting.
Or participate.
Coach Obermueller making his way back. Into the dugout. Trying to get Kyle to settle in here. Duggar, left-handed hitter. Runner at first and nobody out in the Bruin 4th. UCLA leads it 2-1. There's a floater of a spinner that missed up and away. It's really going to be interesting to see how Iowa pitches this today. Joe Husak is the best arm that's out there.
I think when UCLA pushed their chips in with Moss, I think that's pretty much going to dictate to Coach Heller. He's going to have to go to Husak because you got to keep the game 2-1-ish.
Yes.
Otherwise Husak might come into a game that's 5-2 and then it won't matter. Right. 7-2 and it won't matter.
2 balls and a strike on Duggar. The pitch from Olivo. Missed high and out. 3-1.
And my guess is it's going to come real quick here.
Yeah, sooner rather than later.
Unless Kyle can figure out a way to get an out here, come back from down 3-1. He's been battling from behind this inning.
3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
Good start, but again, he's had to go back to the 95-mile-an-hour fastball to get it. And I don't think he can throw anything off speed to get a strike here either. He's got to show fastball again.
Full count with nobody out, runner at first. And the pitch from Olivo. Just low and out. Looked good at 93, but was off the plate, maybe a touch low. And now first and second for UCLA, and nobody out, and that'll do it for Kyle. Might have seen another batter had he got that strikeout, but back-to-back walks, and the Hawks have to go to the pen.
Yeah, with the fastball, he was super competitive. I mean, he dotted his spot again there and just didn't quite get the call.
Olivo walking off the mound, getting a nice ovation from the Hawkeye fans. And we'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher when we come back from this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Iowa goes to Joe Husak, fifth-year grad senior from Cambridge, Iowa. He's a right-hander and into the game for the Hawkeyes.
8 appearances on the year, 1-0 with a save, a 2.19 ERA, 12 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs have all been earned. Hasn't walked a batter, 14 strikeouts, given up 4 extra base hits. Opponents hitting .214 against him. He has hit 3 batters. But yeah, if you're Iowa, Coach Heller mentioned it to you in the pregame interview of, wanting to get Joe into more leverage situations. Well, I know it's not the 7th, 8th inning, 9th inning where you start thinking about your traditional save situation, but this is a safe situation right here. It's 2-1. UCLA has 2 runners on with nobody out here in the 4th, and you got to save the game right now.
Yes.
You got to give yourself a chance right now.
That's the point, and especially with the game being, this is the final game of the series. This is it. Right? This is the last chance for Iowa to knock off UCLA, and you got to stay in the game here in the middle innings. And Husak gives Iowa the best chance to do that right now, and he's going to have his work cut out for him. Runners at first and second, and nobody out. Husak transferred in from Illinois State, also spent time at South Dakota State and DMAC. As a Redbird, he closed us out here last season. First and second, nobody out for Trey Godoy, the DH, left-handed hitter. Corners in for Iowa. First pitch from Husak, swing and a miss. The slider.
Coach pops out of the dugout to give the signals to the base runners and the batter.
Husak set with the 0-1. Here it comes. Buckled the knees of Godoy, but he left it low, 1-1.
Joe went right back to the same exact pitch that he got him to chase the first time. Better discipline from Godoy there.
Swales and Wolf in on the green of the turf. 1-1. Off the plate, just in. Look good. Again, the discipline of the Bruins. I don't think Godoy would have been surprised either way had that been called a strike. It's 2-1, though. Husak's 2-1 delivery. High ball 3. Went to the fastball and missed. The Bruins lead at 2-1 in the 4th. The fourth has been a brutal inning for Iowa against UCLA in all 3 games that the teams have played. 3 balls and a strike. Husak's pitch is inside, ball 4.
Not the ideal time for the first walk of the year.
No.
Funny enough, we were talking in the dugout about the men's basketball game last night, and the topic that came up was not complaining about the officiating. It was Iowa needed it called a certain way for Iowa to be in the game.
Yeah.
Illinois could take it, you call it however you want, the depth, athleticism, whatever. Iowa needed it called a certain way. Iowa needs the strike zone called a certain way, and it's not happening right now.
Husak missing to start this at bat. Phoenix call. He's the 9 hitter, and this is the danger part here because UCLA hasn't earned anything in this inning. It's been 3 walks that have loaded the bases with nobody out. 2-1 game in the 4th. The Bruins lead it. The 1-0 to call. Call to strike. Outer part of the zone, 1-1.
Yeah, that one looked like the worst pitch of the bunch.
From
a couple that Kyle threw and a couple that Joe's thrown.
Corners backing up now for Iowa. Everybody back. Here's the 1-1 from Husak. Ooh, high. 2-1. Geffrey tried to bring it down a bit to help Husak, but didn't get the call. It's 2-1.
Yeah, right now, if you're Iowa on the infield, you'll take 2 anywhere. Just get 2 outs.
Gets a swing and a miss of call. Good slider there from Joe, and it's 2-2. Nobody out. Bases loaded for UCLA. Here comes the 2-2 from Husak. Swing and a miss. He got him to chase.
Wow, we have not seen that out of UCLA hitters at all. That ball is in the left-handed batter's box and must have looked good for a while because Call went fishing for it.
And just like you said a moment ago, need the strike zone to be called a certain way maybe and need a little bit of help from a UCLA hitter that hasn't had a ton of at-bats this year. 1 away for the top of the order now, West. He has a home run today. Also has a strikeout, left-handed hitter. Husak ready to pitch to him. With the bases still loaded and 1 out. First pitch, line drive, base hit into center. 1 run in, they're bringing in another, and the throw goes to third. 2 RBI single for Dean West. It's 4-1.
Boy, I was just sitting there thinking, I hope he hits one right at Gable and we get a little 4-6-3 action. Instead, he hit it right at the second base umpire, David Ewell. and even more, unfortunately, umpire Ewell was able to get out of the way. Not that I want him injured at all.
No.
I just would have liked the ball to stay in the infield.
And now Chalowski's up. 4-1 UCLA in the 4th. Something about the 4th inning, man. Chalowski with a double and a walk today. Husak delivers. That's down and out.
He has grounded into a double play this year.
Whoa.
I know. So I'm putting that into the ether.
First and second and 1 out. The 1-0 pitch outside. Ball 2.
The problem is this isn't really a spot you can pitch around him.
Right. It does not get easier, and I mean we could say that up and down the entire lineup, I suppose, for UCLA, but Lavue's on deck, and you really don't want to load things up.
Well, and that's, I mean, Lavue's a great hitter in his own right, don't get me wrong, but like any hitter, he's benefited from the guy in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his RBI totals, even his extra base totals, you benefit from. Okay, after we walk Chalowski, we can't afford to walk another guy, so we've got to get in the strike zone. So now you start seeing better pitches. Now you still have to have the talent to take advantage of it. Again, I'm not discounting how good he is, and in fact, that's why I'm saying Iowa needs to get in the zone on Chalowski a little bit.
Exactly. Strengthens that point, yes. 2-0 pitch from Husak. Fouled off the end of the bat. Over the backstop in the screen, 2-1. All 4 of the runs for UCLA been credited to Olivo. The 2-1 hit Chalowski. He's not happy about that one. That the umpire is getting involved a little bit here, and Chalowski's jawing at Geffrey, and there's a little bit of a stare down.
I've stood next to Geffrey.
Who you got?
Geffrey's a big kid. That's all I'm going to say about that. Did he just issue a warning?
I don't think so. I think that's why people are upset in the Iowa dugout.
Oh, they wanted a warning on Chalowski.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Lavu up now with the bases loaded, 1 out. Iowa holding on for dear life in the 4th. It's 4-1. Pitch from Husak, outside.
Iowa has unfortunately turned Bruin hitters into a bit of pin cushions here this weekend.
Yes. 10 hit batters in the last 2 games.
That seems like a lot. That was 93, right in the number.
1-0. Line drive, base hit to right. Strohmeyer sprinting over. He cuts it off before it gets to the wall. 2 runs are in for UCLA. They will hold Chalowski. Throw comes into second. Lavu beats it. Couple more runs across. It's 6-1.
Boy, that was 109 off the bat. I'm not sure. You were tracking the ball more. You probably didn't see Chalowski running the bases. I mean,
I didn't. Smooth?
Yes.
Brings up third baseman number 7, Roman Martin.
Yeah, I mean that's 5-tool.
Infield comes in now for Iowa, 2nd and 3rd for UCLA, and 1 out. Danger zone for the Hawks.
You don't often see the infield come in with runner on 2nd as well.
USAC pitching to Roman Martin, who's reached twice today. First pitch, high. And now with this game getting into trouble for Iowa, we're in the 4th. Who else is down there after USAC?
Well, and you're facing a guy with an 0.40 ERA.
Right.
You're not going to get 6 runs, 7 runs very often against him.
1-0 pitch, outside, ball 2. Tough day for Joe to not be as sharp as we've seen him this season.
Well, let's be somewhat honest about who he's facing now, too.
Correct.
Not everybody turns around your good pitch at 109 the other direction. It forces you to nibble at edges, and that's why you walk a guy. Obviously, then hitting Chalowski's not great, but
6-1 UCLA in the 4th now. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. 2 balls and a strike on Martin. Righty on righty matchup. Husak's pitch, outside, ball 3.
Swales and Schulte are on their toes there as the infield in on that side.
Three balls and a strike, the pitch. Went after off speed from Joe, fouled it over to the right, 3-2. This would be a nice comeback for Husak. Brennan on deck for the Bruins. Full count pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him.
High cutter there. But boy, that's an important out there to get the second out.
Now batting right fielder, number 11.
Just give yourself a chance.
Right.
Just keep chopping to give yourself a chance.
2 outs for Brennan. Still runners in scoring position at second and third. Joe's delivery. Ground ball, right side. Mitchell dives, and it's into right center field for a base hit. 2 more come home to score for the Bruins. 2 out, 2 RBI single for Brennan, and it's 8-1.
A well hit, but it's a ground ball. You feel like, boy, you get a ground ball, you feel like you're going to do okay, but unfortunately just off to Mitchell's right.
And Gasparino is up now, as the Bruins have batted around in the fourth. Time called here, and it's a violation on Husak. Clock ran out. So a ball awarded to Gasparino as Husak delivers. And the 1-0 is knocked foul in the air. Iowa's got a midweek scheduled on Tuesday at Bradley. You ever been to Bradley, John? You make the trip?
I think I had missed those in previous years, and now you don't invite me anymore. So, weather's.
If I were to invite you anywhere, John, I don't think it would be Bradley. Gasparino hits a high fly ball to left. Narrett is at the track in front of the wall in left center and makes the catch. The ballpark held it despite the wind. It's a big inning for UCLA. The Bruins score 6, and it's 8-1. We'll be back for the bottom of the fourth after this break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
For all things college baseball, including live games and talk, tune into SiriusXM College Sports Radio Channel 84 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Bottom of the fourth inning in Iowa City. It is 8-1 UCLA as Geffrey, Strohmeyer, and Swales will come to the plate for Iowa in the fourth. 6 runs for UCLA in the top half of the inning. We'll see if Iowa can chip away here through the course of the middle innings of this game. But yes, Iowa at Bradley on Tuesday. I can't recall you coming with me to Bradley. It's to your point about inviting you, I'd rather invite you to USC maybe in a couple of weeks or Indiana after that. I'll handle Bradley, John. That's okay. It is supposed to rain. They got a grass field over there, by the way.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a fantastic Monday, but I didn't see what Tuesday was supposed to be like.
You gonna golf tomorrow?
No, I have to go to Pella for work tomorrow.
What is it, upper 80s?
I saw at least 80, yes.
Sweet. Carter Geffrey to lead it off. Iowa down 7. Moss pitching for UCLA. First pitch to Geffrey out in front and yanked it foul. Iowa's next Big Ten opponent is Minnesota. Next weekend over Easter weekend, Friday through Sunday. That'll be a tense series. The Gophers had been playing some pretty good baseball. Ran into some trouble against Ohio State this weekend. at home. So we'll see what the Gophers look like next weekend down here in Iowa City.
Yeah, they're falling to 2-6 in the Big Ten. Iowa 3-5, working their way toward 3-6 here. So battle of teams that are going to be looking for how do you get into the top 8? How do you get yourself into the Big Ten tournament conversation?
1-1 to Geffrey through the zone, and he missed it 1-2.
Because Iowa's schedule isn't easy. You're
very difficult.
You're going to have an outstanding Nebraska squad. You're going to have an outstanding USC squad.
Go to Indiana, which is always a tough place to play.
Yeah.
1-2 to Geffrey is hit on a line over Chalowski's head into left center field. This one might get to the wall. It will. Geffrey's around first, and he's in with a stand-up leadoff double.
Geffrey figured out the important part was elevate it over Chalowski so that he can't grab it.
Right. I thought for a minute there he was baiting us because it didn't look like it got that far over his head, but he did not make any effort for it. As Geffrey lined one into the left center gap.
Yeah, I was half waiting for the leaping grab.
Right. The launch, yes. And here comes Strohmeyer. A little bit of a delay here before we get set for Strohmeyer's at bat. He singled in the second. Out in front of a pretty dirty changeup. Woo.
Yeah, that was sitting on fastball and not getting it. Saw that with Joey too. He's that left-handed or changeup to a left-hander is pretty difficult.
Strohmeyer, a 326 hitter, takes another pitch that was low, but this one was a called strike. It's 0-2. Big Ten tournament this year, going with a new format.
Oh, you get 12 now.
12.
That's right. That was last year too. The pods.
Yes.
I hope they changed the way the pods worked because that was pretty anticlimactic game at midnight we played against Indiana.
Not good. 0-2. Strohmeyer laid off. And it's 1-2 now. Runner at second is Geffrey with nobody out. And the pitch is inside. Strohmeyer able to watch it go. It's 2-2. Twelve teams make the Big Ten tournament this year. Double elimination bracket. Unless you are a top 4 seed. 2-2. Low outside corner. Strohmeyer watched it, and he strikes out. He is not happy. We don't see Kellen jaw too much. He didn't like that strike 3 call. He's out number 1.
Wow. I'm just going to say Kyle Olivo didn't get that call.
Yeah.
Is where we're going to go with that.
The very corner of the low and outside strike zone. And now Ben Swales is up with 1 out. Geffrey led things off with a double. He stands at second base. UCLA leads at 8-1 in the 4th. Change up outside. So yes, a double elimination bracket at the Big Ten tournament. 5 seed will play the 12, 8 will play the 9. That's in one section. 7 versus 10, 6 versus 11 in the other section. 1-0 to Swales.
So then you're 1 through 4, just sit there and wait for the rest?
1 through 4, wait. They will not play till Friday.
Okay.
2 qualifiers from each of those pods. The 5-12, the 8-9, 2 teams make it out of that. 7-10, 6-11, 2 teams make it out of that. Swales got under this and flipped it foul over to the right. It's 1-2.
So then you have an 8-team bracket that you're playing 8 semi-Saturday finals Sunday then?
Yeah, your quarterfinal. Then it's a single elimination bracket when you make it out. Quarterfinals on Friday, semis on Saturday. championship on Sunday.
Boy, what a huge advantage for your first 4 teams.
Absolutely.
There's no pitching left.
Right. Then it's a weekend.
Yeah,
right?
And then you get a weekend series with UCLA sitting or USC sitting there with Edwards waiting for you on Friday when you get through. Great. That should be fun.
So, yeah, a 1 through 4 seed, you are in really good shape.
To at least get to see each other, all see each other on Saturday. But, again, that's better than what the format was last year. The format last year was –
Well, this is more rewarding to finishing top 4 in the league, which now I think means a little bit more. 1-2. Swales tried to hold up. I'm not sure he did. He didn't. Through the zone. They sent it down to first on the appeal. He strikes out, 2 down.
Unfortunately, the 5th place team that may very well be tied with the 4th place team is going to get punished.
Yes. Yeah, last year, I don't even remember how it went. They had the 4 pods of 3.
Yes.
And then into single elimination? Yes, and then we got bounced by UCLA. That's right.
We got beat by UCLA in the semis on Saturday. But we played.
Last year's rendition was terrible.
We played a meaningless game on.
That's right.
On Wednesday night or Thursday night with all the rain and all the everything else. Misses up and in to Jay-Z. All that. We played a meaningless game against Indiana and then had to beat Rutgers to advance. That was the only game that mattered at that point.
Ziegler up with 2 outs. Moss pitching for UCLA. Here's the 1-0 to Jay-Z. Swing and a miss. Yeah, I prefer this over that. We'll see how it all plays out. But a true advantage for seeds 1 through 4. And now, even for the teams in the Big Ten at 1 through 4, it's UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Nebraska. I mean, you're talking at large there. You don't really have to worry about those 4. They'd be in, you would think. Being a top 4 team in the Big Ten at the end of the regular season, you're probably in pretty good shape at large.
This year, with the quality at the top for sure.
Moss pitching to Ziegler. Ziegler struck out in the second. 2-1 pitch. Off the plate outside. Back pick to second. Geffrey heads up, hustles back.
I was just looking at the standings from last year. USC was 18-12, so they would have gotten the 4th seed. And then you would have had Washington a game behind them to miss out and have to go through the
gauntlet.
3-1
now on Ziegler with 2 outs. Pitch from Moss. Took it, 3-2.
And if you look, last year, 13-17 tied for 12th.
So 13 and 17 got
into the tournament. Well, one did, one didn't.
Yep.
So you're kind of, if you're thinking about charting Iowa's schedule, it's kind of what you're looking for at this point. Find 15 wins somewhere.
3-2, Ziegler took strike 3. He strikes out, and after a leadoff double from Carter Geffrey, the Hawkeyes strike out 3 times in a row, and we've played 4 in Iowa City. It's 8-1 Bruins. We're back for the 5th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
New this spring, Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville has partnered with Bread Garden Market for food and beverage operations. Let the Bread Garden Market staff plan your next event at Brown Deer and create a memorable experience with fantastic food and service. Divots Bar and Grill opens May 1st with delicious entrees for those who golf and those who love a good meal with a view. Brown Deer Golf Club. Meet your next neighborhood dining experience. Go out and hang out with Wernie. He usually does the commercials that they hear.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay. Good plug there, John. Out of the fifth inning, 8-1 UCLA. They exploded for 6 in the fourth. And Husak will come out to pitch this inning and will face 7-8-9 Duggar, Godoy, and Call. Kyle Olivo got the start for Iowa today and was fair. 3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs. Did walk 4 and struck out 3. Duggar does not have an official at bat today. Hit by a pitch, and he's walked. Husak's 1-0. That caught the outer edge, 1-1.
After spending a couple of days with Iowa softball, I feel obligated to follow along there. Tied at 5, top of the 6th inning over at Bob Pearl Field.
Smacked in the air, foul there by Duggar. It's 1-2. I don't think that's good news for you, John.
No, they'll never invite me back at this point.
We'll happily have you here.
I saw 16-7 and 10-0 no hitters. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to get called anytime soon to fill in for Swish again.
Duggar stays alive and reaching for the 1-2 pitch, poked it foul. That'd be a nice win for the Iowa softball team. Washington ranked 16th in the country.
19 in a row now after the win yesterday.
For the Huskies?
Yeah.
Oof.
And Iowa, assuming, I'll have to take a quick look here.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Husak ready to pitch. He winds and fires. Another fly ball in the air to the left. That will tail foul.
So Morgan Reimer, the Washington pitcher, after the win on Friday, she moved to 18-1. Her only loss was to Nebraska in the season opener. Iowa got her for 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned in the first and chased her. So her ERA was almost 1 coming into the weekend. Now it's just under 2, so Iowa did a nice job there.
We see her all 3 games?
No, she did not pitch yesterday.
She was not the no-hitter?
She was not the no-hitter yesterday. There was another pitcher yesterday that unfortunately couldn't finish. She had a lower body injury that made her leave in the bottom of the 6th inning.
2-2 from Husak is hit on the ground. Mitchell dives to his left and throws to Wolf to get the out. Finally, Gable's rewarded for his effort there. He's able to track that one down, and the leadoff man, Duggar, is out at first.
Good range there from Gable. Got over there. Thought it was going to be one of those that just found a way to get past him, but hustled over, laid out, able to jump to his feet then and make a good short throw to Wolf.
Off the bat, I was worried, like, you got to be kidding me. Another base hit through the infield, but Gable able to get there, and Godoy up now for the Bruins. Fastball up and away. Joe having a little bit of a hard time throwing first pitch strikes. Next delivery from Husak is outside for ball 2. 8-1 UCLA in the 5th.
I'm going to wish they let me have the tic-tac-toe board because when I don't have it.
Tough reads. 2-0. There's a strike from Husak. It'll be interesting, moving forward for Iowa. This weekend has not gone the way the Hawkeyes were hoping against the top-ranked team in the country.
You weren't expecting a sweep. You were hoping to make a little bit different statement, though.
Godoy turns on this and drives it to right. One hops off the wall. He's headed for second, and he's got a double with 1 out. Right. Certainly not expecting a sweep. Not maybe even necessarily expecting a series win, but giving yourself a shot on Friday or Saturday to have that opportunity.
And and maybe you feel differently, did it feel like there was a real good opportunity Friday? I mean, I know actually the winning run came to the plate Friday, but other than that part, did it feel like, Iowa's got a real chance to come back and win this game or take this game? Because I didn't see how many threats there were, because obviously I was doing my own thing as far as trying to.
Yeah, I think the Hawks pitched well enough to win.
Okay.
UCLA scored 2 in the third and 3 in the fourth, and that was it. And Bleeker and Freeze were very good. Redeman was outstanding for the Bruins, as this is a one-hopper to Schulte at short. Cooper's got it, throws a dart across the diamond to get the speedy call, 2 down.
So yeah, I guess that was my question: did Iowa threaten enough to make you think, they're going to get these couple of runs?
Not until late, but there was a certain feeling there late in the game that, okay, here's a shot, especially with Mitch Wood's pinch hit home run, and then the opportunities in the ninth. No moral victories, of course, we know that, but you left the ballpark on Friday saying, okay. Also, though, the weather conditions favored the Hawks in that one, with the wind blowing in and it being pretty cold. And you knew that was going to change on Saturday and today with the wind blowing out and it being much warmer. And then yesterday was just one of those days.
Because what you get Friday, you had left field pole to right field pole, so
yes.
It wasn't blowing out, but it wasn't really blowing in either. But
right, it was blowing across the field. With the exception of the third and fourth innings when it was blowing out to right for a brief moment. And that seemed to be when UCLA scored. And then it
elevated 2 balls?
Yes. 1 ball and 1 strike on West, the top of the UCLA order. 2 outs, runner at second. And the pitch from Husak drifted outside, ball 2. I guess where I'm going with this is, all right, if Iowa does not come back and win this game, and if the Hawkeyes get swept here today, you can't let that derail the rest of the year. You're playing the number 1 team in the country that is on its way to winning 19 in a row. West got under the 2-1 and hit it in the air foul left side, 2-2. I mean, you're going to be upset. You're not going to be happy about anything, no question, but this cannot derail the rest of the year.
Right. You can't let getting swept by the number 1 team in the country get you beat in the next series against Minnesota.
Right.
I mean, that's the gist of it.
Right. 2-2 from Husak. The pitch is low and in on West, 3-2. Because honestly, 5-2 and then 19-0. The value point is the same on one side of the win-loss column. Now, we were here, or we've experienced it, so one feels a little bit different than the other, sure, but 3-2 on West, the pitch. He got under this one. This will be between the white lines, playable for the Hawkeye defense. Strohmeyer and Risley come together. It's Risley on the run from all the way in center to make that play in front of Strohmeyer for the third out. 1 hit in the inning for UCLA, and that runner is stranded at second. Hawkeyes will come to the plate in the bottom of the 5th, down 8-1 on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
The Community Choice Scoreboard Update. Obviously brought to you by Community Choice. Indiana, Nebraska tied at 3 in the top of the 6th. Nebraska 7-1 on the season in the early going. Michigan 5-1 over Rutgers. Michigan trying to get their season on track, 2-6 in the Big Ten. Purdue 9, Michigan State 3. Purdue looking to move to 7-5. USC, after maybe a surprising pitching performance this weekend, they lead Maryland 10-3 now, trying to move to 10-2. Minnesota 2-0, top of the third over Ohio State. We'll have Oregon and UC Santa Barbara later. Northwestern and Washington also later. Illinois shut out Penn State 6-0.
Sunday shutout, huh?
Yeah, Sunday shutout. Moved to 6-6 on the season.
We'll see Illinois late this year. Gable Mitchell leading off Iowa's 5th inning. Moss pitching for the Bruins. There's a strike call on the outer part of the zone, 1-1. I think for Iowa, looking at 3-6 in the Big Ten if the Hawks don't come back today. As Mitchell stands in the left-handed batter's box, and the 1-1 from Moss is inside, and it hit him.
Is this where we stare at the pitcher and talk to him? Or do we only get to do that when we're the number 1 draft pick?
I think that might be it.
Okay, just checking. I mean, I'm fine with it. He certainly didn't mean to hit him.
Right.
Just like I don't think Huzak meant to hit him in the middle of the back either, but evidently logic doesn't count all the time.
Nope. Iowa won the series against Penn State. Took 2 out of 3 from the Nittany Lions, which is a good start in Big Ten play. To win a road Big Ten series is a big deal. As Miles Risley is up. Pitch is high. Lost 2 out of 3 to Michigan State last weekend. That one stung. Breaking ball for a strike at the knees, 1-1.
Our consistency starting to irritate the crowd.
Yes. 1-1. Risley shows a bunt and couldn't get out of the box. Yeah, you get the people asking for the guys to swing the bat. Early counts and has not been fruitful against Moss, who mixes pitches so well. Mitchell, the runner at first, nobody out. The 1-2 to Risley. Out in front and pulled it foul. You just got no idea what Moss is throwing.
No.
It's just so good.
Could see Mitchell, 7 stolen bases on the year. Maybe start to, probably not on 1-2, but.
Next pitch, Risley saw a fastball and hit it foul.
You watch Gable at first. He's got a bit of a one-way lead, even with a right-hander. He's leaning back toward first, so I don't think he's got a good read on what he's doing. So
it's a pretty big lead, but you're right, John. He is leaning, and another 1-2. Risley punched it to Chalowski at short, who makes a basket catch for out number 1.
Yeah, that was 46 off the bat. If that were a wood bat, there'd have been a piece going out towards Phoenix Call at second base that he'd had to field while Chalowski fielded the ball.
Very good pitching by UCLA this weekend.
Should we talk about your Pirates? Is that a better move? No,
absolutely not.
I know we can't talk about your Devils. So
no, I'm in trouble in a lot of areas, John. I'm not having a great time. Here's Caleb Wolf, first pitch, strike. That's a tough call.
That is a tough call there.
Wolf with a base hit today, one of Iowa's 4. 0-1 to Caleb. Chased high, 0-2.
Well, part of that is when the first pitch that's outside is called a strike, then all of a sudden now you're down and you expand your zone. Caleb's usually good at not, but a little tougher spot when you're behind 0-1 instead of ahead 1-0.
The 0-2. That's off the plate away. Couple of balls out. Caleb could breathe easy there, 1-2. Gable still at first base. The 1-2. Caleb got under it. Hit it back into the netting. Joey Narrett on deck. He's been on a time today. 1-2. That drifted out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Moss has been good out of the bullpen for UCLA with a few strikeouts.
And again, the strikeouts come from not from this overpowering anything. It's just effective everything.
There goes Gable. The 2-2 is lined into left field for a base hit, dropping in front of West. Gable thought about 3, but he'll stay put at second. And another hit for Caleb Wolf.
Another hit on a hit and run. That one he didn't need the defense to be moving around, but still a good job. And that's one of the advantages of a guy you know is going to kind of be in the zone, especially on a 2-2 pitch. You know he's going to come back in with a pitch that you can hit. He's not going to miss wildly, so you're able to do that.
Here comes Joey Narrett.
I know that there aren't moral victories, but let's hang a run or 2 on this guy, and that would at least feel like a start.
Yes. First and second and 1 out. Narrett swings over the top of the changeup.
Can I send a memo to Joey that the changeup's coming?
So you get people in the crowd that want him to swing the bat. I think Joey needs a red light no matter what first pitch.
Something about number 32 and left-handed hitter.
And now Joey watched another changeup. This one's inside for a ball. Changeups against left-handers. They're tough. I've said over the years that the changeup, that might be the best pitch, the toughest pitch to hit when it's at its best. 1-1. That's low.
Well, it's what he did to Strohmeyer, was he threw that changeup, and then he came back. He actually, to Strohmeyer, he was willing to throw him the fastball again, and he threw it in exactly the same tunnel, but instead of it being knee-high and the bottom falling out of it, it stayed knee-high for a 92-mile-an-hour strike. Now, to Joey, it's just been changeup after changeup.
2-1 to Narrett. Hit a mile down the right field line, but that'll hook foul. 2-2.
On a changeup. And again, so that's Joey's just way out in front of the change, and that's the hard part. You don't really want to go away from fastball timing, but if you just got to know what they're doing to you.
Count even at 2 now, and the pitch. Hit in the air, left side. Martin giving it a look at third base in foul territory. That'll get over towards the UCLA bullpen, out of play.
Iowa softball gave up a run in the top of the 6th, but responded, scored in the bottom of the 6th.
All tied up, huh?
Tied at 6, bottom of 6. Iowa's still threatening, so.
– 8-1 Bruins, bottom 5. Narrett looking to deliver with a couple runners on and 1 out. Moss pitches. Here's a ground ball to first. LaVue fields it, throws to second for 1, back to first. Safe at first base. Narrett sprinting down the line. Runners at the corners for Iowa and 2 outs. He rolled over that one.
What a great turn from Chalowski.
Looked pretty good from start to finish there, honestly.
Holy cow, was that a good turn. And I'm not sure that might not get flipped over, as we're going to have a challenge, and they might be right.
I am refraining from marking anything down in my book because I'm afraid I'm with you, John. It's going to be close at first. I don't know.
I thought there was no way they were going to get Narrett on that ball. Just 77 off the bat, but a really good turn. A good turn from Lavu. And then, again, Chalowski's just so smooth coming across the bag and just fired it right back to first.
Right through it, too, right? Just boom. From behind the bag, threw it towards first. Review of the play, we'll see for Joey. I think Iowa's done pretty well against Moss. I know the bottom of the order ran into the strikeouts for him, but they haven't appeared overmatched.
Well, but I think that's who he is. I mean, when you look at his stats, I know his strikeout numbers are high, but you look at him, fastball's 92 to 94, but it's just that mix of pitches where, everything's in a good spot. Obviously, Geoffrey got good contact on him, but otherwise, Iowa's kind of cue-balled a bunch of stuff off him, whereas with Stump, they hit a lot of balls hard.
Yes.
They've not hit a lot of balls hard now since Moss came in the game, but
review taking place down the first base line. Could be a double play, and if not, we'll see Cooper Schulte.
Boy, a quick top of the 7th inning. Iowa softball now will try to walk off Washington, tied at 6 in the bottom of the 7th.
That was really quick.
Just going to say that is not how the games went when I was there. I might have seen the first 3-hour plus 7-inning game on Friday night.
I saw the score on Friday, and I gave you some time and space there, John, I think. Long night. All right. Safe at first after the review.
Yeah, he was.
You bet.
Knew it all the time.
Never a doubt.
Nope, not in my mind.
All right, so Joey is at first. Mitchell is at third. Coop's been here before. Runners at first and third, 2 outs. Let's bring home some runs, Coop.
Yeah, somewhere in our final couple innings here, we're going to have a chat about Iowa basketball.
You bet. Schulte swings at the first one he sees, sends it into center. Gasparino is there to make the catch. And that'll do it for the 5th. Iowa leaves a couple runners on. Schulte struck it well, but it could not get down in front of the outfielder. 8-1 UCLA, the 6th inning coming up when we return on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Top of the 6th inning in Iowa City. And UCLA leads Iowa 8-1. And the Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher. This will be Brady Ferguson. Ferguson in for Iowa after Husak came in to relieve Olivo. And before we get you his stats, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Ferguson, a freshman right-hander from Omaha, will be making his 7th appearance of the season with an 8.53 ERA, 12 2/3 innings pitched for Brady. 13 hits, 12 runs. He struck out 13, walked 6. Opponents bat .277 against the freshman right-hander. Brady last pitched at Michigan State, went 2 1/3, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs in Iowa's 15-5 loss. He'll face Chalowski first. As we're in the top of the 6th, Iowa travels to Bradley on Tuesday. Ferguson's first pitch to Chalowski is a fastball outside. Chalowski with a double. He's also been walked and hit by a pitch. Slider outside from Ferguson. Brady goes from the stretch only and misfired upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes on Chalowski. And the next one to Chalowski is outside for ball 4. 4-pitch walk to start the 6th. And Lavu will come up for the Bruins. He has a 2 RBI double. Iowa down by 7 in the 6th. Ferguson's first one to Lavu is across for strike 1.
It's going to be bad form to crunch my Teddy Grahams on the air.
That's a great pick. Haven't had those in a number of years, John.
Yeah, the worst thing that happened was I saw that they have those in the snack room there.
Down in the clubhouse?
Yeah, in the clubhouse. So
I'd get stuck down there if I ventured into that area. Ball and a strike on Lavu. Basically no lead at first base by Chalowski. The next one to Lavu is high. Olivo went the first 3 in this game. Husak came in for the next 2, and Joe's line closed with 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 strikeouts, and a walk.
Coach Obermueller on the way out to the mound to have a little chat. So did you survive? How was your feeling yesterday at the end of the Iowa-Illinois basketball game?
I went for a brief walk after the game, and was good.
Okay.
I think that I probably had the most fun watching Iowa basketball this last week as I've ever had in my life.
Fair.
And I think Illinois is pretty good. And, of course, I would rather win than lose. But I'm happy with how the year went.
Well, you had asked me, hey, do you remember where you were when Iowa went to the Sweet 16 last?
Mm-hmm.
And I knew. And then you asked me,
here's a comebacker up the middle and into center field. Somehow that got through Ferguson's legs, thankfully, because that would have hurt bad.
I'm glad it got through. Glad he was able to hot-foot it above and have them miss him.
First and second for UCLA, nobody out. 8-1 in the sixth.
But then you asked me, hey, do you remember Elite Eight? And I did. And funny enough, I could barely remember Final Four. I could remember Ronnie Lester going down in the first half against Louisville and Iowa losing the opportunity there. And to John Bonenkamp and his favorite thing, bring back the third place game. That Iowa played in the last third place game that year and got beat by Purdue in the third place game without Ronnie Lester. But yeah, I think it was kind of reinvigorated a bit there, which it'll be interesting now. Can you keep that momentum and what do you do to capitalize on that momentum? Obviously, Iowa women's basketball has done that with recruiting, and I get it. This year didn't end the way they wanted. Mm-hmm. I get all that, but Florida's year didn't end the way they wanted to either. Upsets happen.
Yes.
Oh my.
Ferguson throws a great fastball. I'm not sure where that missed. Your guess is as good as mine.
But from a program trajectory, you'll take it.
Well, we're talking about making the Elite Eight for the first time since '87.
Yes.
If anybody wants to be upset about that, I'm walking away from you.
Right. Oh, and that's why.
This is struck well to left and is major trouble as Martin hits it out of the ballpark. A 3-run home run for UCLA, and it's 11-1 in the sixth.
Yeah, that was 101 off the bat, 423 over the left field wall.
Interestingly enough, for the basketball team, a little shaky going into the tournament, right? And then to come out of that and beat a good Clemson team, upset defending champion Florida, beat Nebraska in the best way possible, where Nebraska's winning the whole game, and then we get them late. And then really, I don't really have any complaints about the game yesterday. Illinois is a tough matchup. Got a lot of size, really good team. And Iowa played hard. I thought played well. And Illinois just won. I don't know, just got beat. Sometimes it happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're Iowa yesterday, you were going to need – I'd kind of talk to some guys about it, and they're like, oh, well, Banks played a great game against Clemson. You're going to need him to play – or he played a great game against Florida. You're going to need him to play a great game against Nebraska. I mean, you really don't. You just need the role players to keep doing their thing, and it doesn't always have to be the same one.
Right.
Now, the problem is when you get to these better and better teams, whether it became Illinois or whether it was going to – it starts to look like Michigan or Arizona, and you're Iowa – you're going to need all the role players to play a game.
Because I don't really know how. As I was making a pitching change here, but we'll keep it here. Looking at the game yesterday, if I'm Illinois, the way they played the last 5 minutes, I don't know why they didn't do that the whole game. Just going inside, over and over. If they had done that, I'm not sure how much Iowa could have hung around, but Iowa came out hot, shot well from distance, which was important, and basically the only, real chance that Iowa had was to be hot from range. And going into the paint wasn't going to work, and Iowa didn't try it. It was a great game plan from Coach McCollum.
Shocking that Coach McCollum came up with a great game plan. I love the picture that you posted, and basically what was it, probably almost a year ago, when Coach McCollum was up here with us. And I was fortunate enough that I spent 10 or 15 minutes with him, as I'm wandering around on the field pregame, I caught him outside of the clubhouse, and we talked for 10 or 15 minutes, and I think I told you that day, man, if he can't win here, nobody will ever win here. Because, just the energy, the passion, and that he was going to bring to it, and, what they got out of this last 10 or 12 days, 14 days nationally, is you can't buy that type of exposure and that type of advertising, basically, and so that was pretty amazing. Sturts gets a lot of justifiable credit, and we talked a lot about it. What was it, a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago, about the 1 year guys,
Yes.
Mark Granowski and I mentioned a couple from volleyball, Lucy. Brendan Housen was a pretty amazing teammate as well, and
Gannon Archer is the new pitcher for Iowa, and he gets Peyton Brennan to ground out to Gable Mitchell for the first out of the inning.
And when you're trying to instill a culture, you need, obviously you need talent because you have to be able to win games, but you need guys that you maybe thought were going to be the talented guy that was going to bring something to you that ended up the role was completely different.
Yes.
And they embrace it. And, obviously we've been fortunate enough with Iowa. We've seen some 1 year guys, Brennan Durigi, Davis Kopp. And that's not to discount the other guys that have come in and been great. But, the guys that you're just dying to, man, if we could have you for one more year, if we could have you for a couple more years, the talent notwithstanding, the locker room side of it. And that's what, that's the advertisement that Coach McCullum was able to put out there with this run and this team.
Archer pitching to Gasparino, and this is hit well to left. It's hooking towards the left field foul pole, but it will stay fair, and Gasparino has a one-out home run to make it 12-1.
That was 110 off the bat, 441.
Hoping for that one to hook foul, but
the umpire had his hand out real early because it kind of stopped hooking.
Yeah. It was pretty fascinating. A lot of my messages or communication after Iowa had beaten Clemson was like, well, how are we going to beat Florida? Well, I don't know. Not my job to figure it out, but we got a pretty good coach that he could probably figure it out. Then we beat Florida, and that was just, totally ecstatic about that. And almost immediately, well, now we got to go beat Nebraska. How are we going to do that? Well, who am I to doubt now? I haven't really been doubting at all, but who are we to say that Coach McCullum can't figure it out? Beat Nebraska. Backs against the wall. We were taking punches left and right in that first half, weren't they?
Well, and that was the thing you felt okay about was, can Nebraska really shoot that well the whole game? Fortunately, they couldn't, and it worked out. But
we were the guy with our eyes were swollen shut. We had cuts all over our face. We had a broken nose. This team never died. They never quit. Hung in every game. Archer gets the strikeout of Duggar for the second out of the inning.
That's a Hawkeye strikeout.
The only game that was really tough for Iowa this year was Michigan State. The one that tough in terms of outcome.
Yes.
I don't think Iowa did not get dominated or blown out by anybody other than Michigan State, I don't believe.
Yeah, opening up the Purdue game at home wasn't fantastic.
That wasn't as good, you're right. 2 outs for Godoy. Archer delivers a fastball for a strike. 12-1 Bruins in the sixth. Iowa's got a little bit of work to do here as UCLA's in the number. Up by more than 10.
But I just thought it was a swing and a miss there. But yeah, I thought overall, again, I kind of joked about it. Talking about, oh gosh, well, we'll get our chance next year when Bennett Sturts is gone. Well, if he wasn't a great advertisement for Coach McCullum recruiting a point guard. I'm not sure what'll ever be a
right. The whole program is recruiting itself now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and there, Coach McCullum, I think it was his comment of, it's the comment I've made about women's basketball for years. Yeah, they're fun to watch. They win some games.
Ground ball to first. Wolf comes forward, can't field it. Mitchell comes up to get it. And Godoy is sprinting down the line. He's safe at first. Caleb could not field the short hop.
Unfortunately, I don't think he needed to hurry quite that much. I think if he'd have just taken his time, maybe circled it a little bit, he'd have been able to get that out and corral it a little bit better. But I understand why he tried to take the short hop, just maybe didn't need to. But it's, I've said it about the women's program. They win, which is fun, but they're likable people. They're easy to root for. And Coach McCullum said that. He goes, the team energized the fan base because they're easy to get behind. That almost sounds like a shot at some of the other guys that they weren't, which isn't the case. Iowa men's basketball has had a ton of great guys come through too. But this team collectively was just able to kind of re-spark some of that and be behind them and be easy to root for.
That's that line right there. Easy to pull for. Strike call from Archer to the 9-hitter Phoenix call. 0-2 with 2 outs, runner at first.
You and I have talked about that even with the baseball teams. Part of what makes our job fun.
Absolutely.
Is they're easy guys to root for.
Next pitch from Archer. Swing and a miss. He got call. High outside fastball, and Archer got him. 4 runs for UCLA in the 6th. The Bruins lead at 12-1. We'll be back for the bottom half of the inning after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, the wait is over. Carver Hawkeye Arena is calling, and the Iowa men's basketball team is ready to light it up under new head coach Ben McCullum. It's his first year at the helm, and the Hawks are ready to fly with high-octane style of play that will leave you on the edge of your seat. Single game tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat, bring the energy, and help give the Hawks the home court advantage. Head to HawkeyeSports.com and grab your tickets today. Let's pack Carver and make this season one to remember. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the 6th inning. And UCLA is up 12-1. The Hawkeyes will have Geffrey, Strohmeyer, and Swales coming to the plate. Moss pitching for UCLA. Not looking like it's going to be Iowa's day this afternoon. UCLA just too darn good. And Iowa will be getting ready for a midweek at Bradley on Tuesday. And then 3 here against Minnesota, which is turning into a pretty big series next weekend.
It'll be a pivotal series to, again, at this point, you're starting to think, okay, top four is going to be a pretty big hill to climb, but you can get kind of into the middle of that pack a little bit and not have to go to the last weekend wondering, on the 12, 13, 14 spot if you can start banking a couple wins here in games that you can win.
Geffrey doubled off of Moss his first time up.
Had a swing just like that in that first at-bat, too, where he really wanted to, really couldn't stop.
Through the zone, 0-1. That bounced in front of the plate. Carter easily able to lay off 1-1. I think that might be what is frustrating. Again, nothing we can do about it, but looking back, losing that series to Michigan State, a team that is currently below Iowa in the standings. That's one you look back and think at least 2 out of 3 the other way would have been nice. 1-1 to Geffrey. That's up and in.
Not to be too critical, but man, that was a weird week too, though. You're had to go out to Penn State. The whole time you're thinking, okay, then we got to go to Chicago. We're going to play UIC, and then we're going to get on a bus, and then, oh, nope, we're not. We're going to come home, and then we're going to hustle again, and we're going to get up there. Again, it's UCLA, I'm sure, as they fly across the country, really cares about us having. But that was and that was coming off the preseason travel schedule. We got to be home for a week against Lindenwood, and then and then those. So again, it's just an excuse. They all smell bad, but
2-2 to Geffrey, right back up the middle, and Call is there, the second baseman, and he throws out Geffrey for the first out of the 6th. Oh, I'm with you. That whole weekend, the Penn State weekend through the Michigan State weekend, and I'm just the radio guy, so I'm sure the players, hey, there's the game. Let's just play it whenever it's supposed to be. But there was always something else that we were thinking about, and I'm not saying that the players were thinking that, but there was always something else. How are we going to get from point A to point B? When are we going to do this? There was always something else. It was not a free weekend to just go and play baseball. Kellen Strohmeyer skying the first pitch that he sees foul. Out of play to the left.
Well, yeah,
so it did feel disconnected and distracted a little bit. But, again, just the radio guy, not the players.
Well, but we were talking about I was joking with the Washington sports information person at softball, and just the idea of the travel and how we don't throw a pitch, we don't swing a bat, we don't field a ground ball, and after the first 3 preseason weekends, I'm tired.
Gassed, yeah, very taxing. 0-2 to Kellen. Here it comes, low and away.
And then Iowa's home for a hot minute, and then immediately goes back on the road again, and one of them's a bus trip.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not.
I think they're reasons. I don't think they're excuses. Right. I think they're reasons.
It's not hard to understand why they might have come out flat. You don't want them to, obviously, and in the position they're in, they can't afford to.
Right. Strohmeyer stabs it foul left side.
But it happens.
Yes.
I mean, that's,
It's the reality, but there are some reasons to support the reality.
They're not, I'm sorry, as we've proven this, they're not UCLA. They're not 24-2. They're not, hey, we throw any punch at us, we're going to take it. They need some things to line up right. They need some peaks and valleys to be able to deal with. And
next pitch to Strohmeyer, down around the shoelaces.
Yeah, I mean 2-2. That's the the thing you heard at the you'd mentioned Iowa basketball team didn't storm into the tournament. Lost to Penn State and lost to a couple teams that basically then got people talking. This team doesn't even belong in the tournament.
Right.
Well, maybe they kind of proved they did a little bit.
2-2 to Strohmeyer, swing and a miss. Good spinner from Moss. 2 down.
He just mixes speeds. He mixes locations.
He doesn't throw that slider very often.
No.
Whatever that spin was, that was pretty good.
I mean, he's put it a little bit of everywhere. He worked away, and then all of a sudden brings one back down and into Stroh there. We'll get Woody a chance here.
Wood hit a pinch hit home run on Friday night. 2-run shot.
Matthew Delgado in the on-deck circle.
Strike one on the fastball.
Softball's moving to the top of the 9th. They may play more innings than we do today.
Oh, yeah. 6-6, huh? 0-1 to Wood. Good pitch, swung on and missed. Went back to the slider.
Well, yeah, to your point now, as he's coming through the lineup again, now not that Woody saw him the first time through, but as he's thrown more pitches and started to accumulate the innings, he's added the other pitch into the mix.
Boss set with the 0-2. Fastball away. Duggar tried to bring it back in and frame it.
I mean, this is just like, it's a Greg Maddux sort of thing. It's like you don't look at him and go, oh, my goodness. And he's trying to throw it so hard. It's just spot, different pitches.
1-2. Wood got a piece of it and hit it in the air foul right side. We'll do it again. Yeah, yesterday I faced Barnett, who started the Big Ten tournament game against us last year. And Coach told me, he kind of reminds us of Carter Monk, the guy from Michigan State. And I shivered.
Cried.
That guy. And Barnett was good yesterday. The 1-2. Wood got under it. Another foul ball. We're in the sixth. Iowa down by 11 runs.
Soraya Nice has thrown 135 pitches for
Woo!
Iowa.
Downstairs, kicked up rubber, low, 2-2.
And funny enough, she started Friday, and she then finished Friday. So she threw like 3 innings to start. She left the game. Iowa pitching in the middle had some trouble, and she came back in to finish the game. And then now has thrown 135 pitches today.
Wow. 2-2, Wood out in front of the changeup. He strikes out, and the Hawkeyes go down 3 up, 3 down in the sixth. 7th inning coming up, 12-1 Bruins. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Top of the 7th inning coming up, 12-1. UCLA with the lead over Iowa. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is Cole Moore, right-handed freshman from Adel.
There he is.
He's up near the top, John. He's
2-0 in the season. 8 appearances, 2 starts. 4.50 ERA. 8 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts. Actually, when I went on my little snack hunt, I ran into his dad walking back in, so it was good to see him. Hadn't had a chance to, since I don't get to travel, I haven't had a chance to get to hang out and meet some of our new parents or get to hang out with some of our old parents that we've been around a long time. Mitch Wood staying in the game. He'll be at first base. Caleb Wolf's going to shift over and play second base.
And Gable's at third. A lot of changes.
Gable's at third, and so then that'll send Coop to the bench, or Ben Swales to the bench.
A lot of changes to make to my book here, John. Give me a second. 12-1 Bruins.
What else you got? You got how's your sports information for track and field? How's the track and field squad been?
Going to outdoor season now, and had the weekend off this weekend.
That's fairly unusual, isn't it?
It is. Hawks will be going to 5 different meets next weekend, though, so we're kind of making up for it. So I've got a busy week in the office, yes. Top of the order, Dean West is up for UCLA. Cole starts him with a strike on the inner third. Have you golfed at all yet this year? I've missed you. I've missed catching up with you. I don't know where you're at these days.
Indoors. There was, funny enough, when you were in,
Here's a high fly ball hit into right center by West. Risley back in front of the track, and Miles is able to make the grab. First out of the 7th.
Got under that one just a bit. Where would you have been that first weekend? Where'd you go?
Phoenix.
Arizona, yeah. First weekend you went, it was relatively nice here on Valentine's Day, and I did my indoor golf, and then we snuck outside and played outside. It was nice enough to play here. It's the only time I've been outside so far.
On Valentine's Day?
Yeah,
so with her?
No.
Oh, no. On Valentine's Day, you got...
Well, that was during the morning while she was working.
Oh, okay.
Let's be clear about that. Since I see where you're trying to lead me into trouble now, I will not step into that bear trap.
That was a good moment. I wish there was video for that moment.
Will not follow that bear. Oh.
Chalowski hit by the pitch.
This time he just shook his head that time. I mean, nobody's throwing at you at 84.
Yeah, trust me, buddy. I don't know if he's shaking his head up because he's upset there or just couldn't get out of the way of it, but I don't think it's that deep.
Yeah, I get the fastball he got in the middle of the back would make me irritable, but the 84-mile-an-hour changeup is not one that he's aiming at you with.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's otherwise it's all been inside so far. But
you like what's the indoor venture do for you?
Nothing.
Okay, yeah.
Other than I get a swing a club.
Yeah. Technique only.
Fortunately, I've never swung and missed like LaVue just did, but he's also hit a couple balls hard today too. So
yes.
He's netted that out. But yeah, so it's more of just getting to touch some things and not end up being the first time outside. You're just
like a batting cage.
Swinging a golf club that's a complete stranger. Oh.
And LaVue is hit in the foot. Pretty big thud on the shoe there. Overthrew the fastball.
Number 7, Roman Martin.
Yeah, I think UCLA is ready to get out of here, too. They've seen enough of Ohio City at this point.
Yes. We're in the 7th. It's 12-1. So UCLA, they don't need any more runs. Iowa would have to score 2 in the bottom half to keep this game going unless the Bruins score any more. They've got first and second and 1 out. Martin takes a strike. Martin with a 3-run home run. Last inning.
Great, just last inning.
Yeah.
You're tempting fate here again.
Cole set, the 0-1. He's hit on the ground to third. Mitchell charging hard. He throws to second for 1. That's all the Hawkeyes will get as Wolf was there. Gable goes to Wolf. 2 outs and runners at the corners for the Bruins.
Now batting number 11, right fielder, Peyton Brennan.
2 outs, bottom of the 9th over at Bob Pearl Field.
Finish him off.
Iowa needs a home run here, something to walk off. Otherwise, they'll head to the top of the 10th inning.
And Brennan is up. Brennan has a base hit today. Strikeout, pop out, ground out. Iowa's done a pretty decent job against him. Stands in the left-handed batter's box. Moore ready to pitch, the 0-1. Line drive right to Caleb Wolf, who leapt up and caught it. He snagged that baby out of the sky.
Yeah, right to is right through as that ball was ripped. Good catch from Caleb Wolf.
Bottom of the 7th coming up, 12-1 UCLA. We're back after this quick break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Bottom of the 7th inning, and last chance for the Hawks, down 12-1. Iowa will have Matt Delgado lead off this inning. It's a new pitcher into the game for UCLA. They'll go with a freshman right-hander, Zach Strickland.
2-1 on the season in his 8 appearances, a 3.07 ERA, 14 2/3 innings, 15 hits, 7 runs, just 5 earned. Again, another guy, 1 walk and 20 strikeouts.
Wow.
Has given up 3 home runs, 254 batting average against, but much like, what is there? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 UCLA pitchers have ERAs under 4.05. And there's a couple outliers that are above that, but man, that is for a college staff, an ERA at 3.16. That is silly good.
When you're talking about the worst ERA on the team being 6.06, I mean, I don't really count the guy that's at 99 that hasn't recorded an out. He gave up 1 hit and 1 run. I don't really count that.
Right.
But the bottom of the the list at 6.06.
Yeah, the guy who basically probably looks like the midweek starter. I mean,
I think you're right.
Well,
because Redmond and Barnett go. Yeah, maybe and Stump is the other guy.
Yeah, Stump is the other guy, so Cervantes is your midweek guy. So, he's not getting a lot of long run either. So, did you mention Delgado pinch hitting?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I got distracted.
2 balls and no strikes. There's low, just below the knees, 3-0.
Bruins pitcher, number 12, Zach Strickland.
Yeah, it's a coin flip right now of whether softball will end before baseball does or not.
On to the 10th.
Starting at the same time.
3-0 to Delgado. Strike 1.
Welcome back, Swish.
Making up for lost time, huh?
I guess. I was wanting to know that they missed him.
Is that the longest series ever down the hill there? My goodness.
Feels that way. Yesterday's game was a little over 2 hours.
3-1. Delgado sends up the gut and past a diving call into center field. Pinch hit, single for Delgado to open the 7th.
I thought Call was going to come up with that.
Wouldn't have shocked me. Top of the order now, Gable Mitchell. Any interest in UConn and Duke tonight, John?
Nope.
Not even going to watch? Not even going to follow?
No.
You filled out a bracket? I think we do this every year.
I did not.
Not a bracket guy.
My hope is that for pure entertainment's sake, that there's enough of a Duke whistle in that game that Danny Hurley's head explodes.
I don't think you're kidding either.
I'm not. I would be wildly entertained by that.
How about Michigan and Tennessee? Do you care?
Nope. I mean, I'd like to see the Big Ten win at this point.
You're in good shape there. Michigan's up 57-34 at the under 16 timeout in the second half.
Oh, good.
Tennessee got to this game after beating Iowa State.
And just like everybody that's poking at Iowa going, oh, Ben McCullum's a candidate for North Carolina, or he and TJ are not candidates. TJ's not leaving Ames either.
Nah.
I mean, yes, your agent or you're gonna take the call, and then you're gonna go, no thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just, and because basketball is also then somewhat different than, it's not football where you need 40 guys. You can make a difference, build a culture on 4 or 5 guys, and so you don't need a $20 or $30 million war chest like the SEC has for football. You still need payroll these days, obviously.
Mitchell battling against Strickland here. The count is full in the bottom of the 7th. UCLA up 12-1.
But as much as I would love for TJ to take one of those other jobs and leave Ames and see if they can rebuild again, right. He's not going to, and I don't blame him a bit for not leaving.
Look at what it took for Matt Campbell to leave.
Right.
Full count. Mitchell lines into right field, down for a base hit, into the corner, cut off nicely by Brennan. But the Hawks are on the run. Mitchell heading for second as Delgado gets to third. It is a double for Gable. And the Hawks have a couple in scoring position. Nobody out for Miles Risley.
106 off the bat. Well struck there.
There we go, Gable. Driving through the baseball. He had been in a little bit of a funk where everything was going straight up in the air for a while. That was much better. Threw the ball into right.
Now batting, Hawkeye center fielder, number 11, Miles Risley.
And here's Risley, who's been on a couple times today.
Well, we're 2 bases away from not ending early.
Right. 12-1. As Risley in the box. Breaking ball high and tight, strike one.
Ohio State's bounced back. They're ahead 3-2 over Minnesota
Whoa.
now. Iowa's next opponent.
Fastball outside, 1-1. That would surprise me. I don't know much about Ohio State this year, but it would surprise me if Minnesota got swept at home by Ohio State.
Yeah, Ohio State 12-13 on the year, 3-5 in the Big Ten, but 2 of those last couple days.
Risley hits this a ton deep to left. It's a no-doubter for Risley over the wall. A 3-run home run for Miles Risley. He got all of that one. It's 12-4.
Well, we might last longer than
we might beat softball.
Softball at this point. Good swing from Riz there. Caught a ball up after Mitchell goes 106 off the bat. Risley does something very similar.
I think for Miles, we all felt the weight come off the shoulder there. He needed that one.
Yeah, just his 3rd home run of the year. I mean, battling the injury, trying to come back and get going that way. So for him to now feel good, hand feels good, and kind of get all the way through that. And he just hurt a guy's ERA. Didn't even get an out.
Yeah. That'll do it for Strickland. New pitcher coming in for UCLA. We'll let you know who it is after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
New pitcher into the game for UCLA is redshirt senior Ian May. We'll see him for the 2nd time this weekend.
13 appearances on the season. He has a 2.60 ERA, 17 1/3 innings, just 16 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 5 walks, 22 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .235 against him. That was a Those are 3 pretty good hit balls, too. Delgado's single up the middle was well struck. Obviously, Mitchell doubled in the corner, and then Risley's home run goes 409. Rolls up onto the steps of the wrestling facility over there.
That was a pretty textbook Miles Risley home run. He does have a very smooth swing with a little bit of that uppercut to it, and the ball gets out in a hurry to left when Miles strikes it well. May pitched a third of an inning on Friday. He relieved Redeman first. He was the first guy out of the UCLA bullpen.
Almost a situational thing here, too, as the lefty will come in and have a couple lefties in the Hawkeye lineup to face and give him a good look there. As he'll get Wolf first and then Joey Narrett on deck.
Nobody out in the Hawkeyes' 7th. We'll get to play 8 today, at least. First one to Wolf is a strike. Wolf's been on today, a couple of hits for Caleb. A one from May, another strike. This one down to the outer edge.
Sorianese finally ran out of gas over Pearl. 146 pitches.
Whew. What's that final line look like, John?
9 1/3 innings.
0-2. Wolf sends in the air to left center field. That's down for a base hit in front of Gasparino. Third hit of the day for Caleb Wolf. Good game for Wolfie.
4 consecutive hits for the Hawkeyes. Good job of seeing the baseball here in the 7th inning and staying after it.
And now Narrett comes up. Narrett reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th. He walked in the 3rd. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup. First pitch strike. Good slider at the bottom of the zone. May operates from the third base side of the rubber and delivers the 0-1. Narrett watched it go by for strike 2.
A little different for Joey, though, to not see changeup after changeup now with the lefty.
Twelve to 4, UCLA, bottom 7. 0-2 to Narrett. That's out.
Great pitch, though. Dotted the spot, just missed a little outside.
Duggar held it for an extra second.
Wanted to give the "Are you sure?" to Casey Mosier. Never seen an umpire go, "Oh yeah, you're right."
There's a changeup, and Narrett went fishing, missed it. Joey strikes out. First out of the 7th.
That's probably the pitch now Coop's going to have to watch out for. Is that sneaky dropping off the table changeup.
Coop's hit the ball hard today, but he's 0 for 3. Sharp line out to center his last time up. Wolf the runner at first for Iowa. 1-0 to Schulte. He lines it hard to left, but out in front early on 76. Barreled it, but out in front.
Yeah, 103 off the bat, but lined it over the UCLA bullpen. All right, kill that.
I think they've gotten rid of your favorite sound effect, John. Schulte off the end of the bat, pokes it into right field. Fly ball that's caught by Brennan. for the second out. I've heard it twice this year. I did hear it on Friday, and I just about called you.
It's 2 more times than you should hear it.
We're leaving the imagination. We're going to let that run wild for the audience if they don't know.
Yes, I think most anybody that listens to us semi-regularly knows which sound effect. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me.
We had such a good run last year where I could count on you to basically take your headset off, or I'd beat you to the dial and turn you down for a second. Oh.
I mean, I think the thing I dislike about it the most is it turns me into the grumpy old man waving at the cloud. It's just so irritating to me.
Carter Geffrey batting for Iowa, 2 outs in the 7th. And May has missed a couple of times to him. We had to deal with the Penn State Nittany Lion roar.
Oh, yeah. Remember that when we were out there?
Yeah. Gross setup at Penn State, by the way.
You said that
moved
was
us.
different. You weren't in we were out there before. It was in the booth. And,
yeah.
I mean, because it's a minor league ballpark. It was a nice setup.
They've got 3 broadcast booths at Penn State. 1 for their home radio, 1 for the Big Ten Plus production, and the other for their replay crew. And that's where I got booted out.
Why did they put the replay crew in a radio booth?
I don't know. 3-0 to Carter Geffrey is a strike, 3-1. Yeah, and so I was then in the media section, which is, 2 rows of basically 8 seats each.
So like it's in Columbus.
Exactly like Ohio State, only I was in the 2nd row, and I was behind a beam. I couldn't see home plate. I had to lean the whole time. I was getting cozy with Luke Sheridan. Here's Geffrey popping one up, first base side, foul ground, and over there is the first baseman, Lavu, who makes the over-the-shoulder catch right against the pad of the clubhouse. And he makes the nice catch for the 3rd out. Iowa scores 3 in the 7th. The game continues. We'll bring you the 8th after this. UCLA up 12-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Top of the 8th inning, 12-4, UCLA with the lead. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Cole Moore gets another inning of work after throwing the 7th. Hit a couple of guys, but didn't allow a hit and no runs. And he'll face Gasparino first, who hit a home run his last time up. You would have liked East Lansing. Michigan State was a good view. You haven't been there, right?
I have not been there for baseball.
So also sharing a room with the Michigan State SID, who sat pretty similar in terms of like distance here at Banks. But I was in the corner, front right against the glass. First pitch just outside to Gasparino. Their SID sat at the other end of the room, and they had the scoreboard, the scorekeeper, the scoreboard operator. They were in the booth with us, but not uncomfortable. Could open the windows, unlike at Penn State, had no crowd noise.
You had the uphill right field.
Yeah. I did not understand that it starts in center field and goes all the way to right.
Yeah.
The whole thing. I figured it was maybe just a little corner, and I didn't know if it was for the aesthetics. Of course, got the lesson about how you can't level it out, otherwise the field will flood every time it rains there because of the river that's right there. So I feel like the Michigan State staff is forced to tell the visitors that. I did not ask, but I was informed, which is good because I would have maybe questioned it. 2 balls and a strike on Gasparino. The pitch outside.
We didn't build this on purpose. This is just the way it is.
Yes. Yeah. Good. Maybe a good thing to let us know. And it played tricks on Michigan State. Kellen Strohmeyer handled it great. He was awesome. Kellen had no problem with it, but Michigan State, the right fielder, struggled with it a couple of times. Moore's 3-1 pitch is hit in the air, foul.
Firmly disputing home field advantage then?
Yeah, a little bit for them.
Her home field quirkiness.
We go to USC in a couple of weeks. I've heard that I will have to wear a safety vest, like one of those highlighter orange, like construction zone vests, and a hard hat. I'm not kidding. Gasparino hit by the pitch. It deflected off of his elbow and hit Geffrey in a not-so-friendly spot. If that happens, only you, may be getting a rare selfie.
Okay.
From me, if I have to wear the highlighter orange, what do you call that? Like, you know what I'm talking about? That vest you got to wear?
Yeah.
Because their stadium is still under construction. It's not done. Their field's done, the dugouts, like the seating is done, but I guess the press box is not done.
So you'll be in an area. That sounds great. Are you going to be on a little rickety?
Duggar, he flies that to center, and Risley able to camp under it and make the play. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Be on a rickety little, I can't think of it.
You know how I do with that.
Yeah, you love heights, so that should be great.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I need to ask Scott at Illinois. They were out there, I think. So I need to ask Scott. But I was told by, I think it was opening weekend out at Arizona, maybe?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Maybe week 2 at FAU. One early season in the non-conference. Yeah, I'm not how's this hard hat going to fit over my headset?
You'll need a chin strap for sure.
A chin strap. Where can I find one of those? Local equipment shop, I guess. Sporting goods store. What a sight that would be.
That would be fantastic.
I wish you were there for that one.
I'd pay good money for that one, yeah. I'd probably do that weekend for free if that were the case.
Other places we get to go we're familiar with. We're familiar with Indiana, great place to take in a baseball game. Nebraska, nothing great about going over there, but we'll go do it anyway. 0-2 from Moore. He strikes out Godoy. He had him fooled all 3 of those pitches.
Best part of Indiana was the rotating donut shops in the mornings when we went in there.
On some pounds there, John.
Those were fantastic donuts, though, because we got the square ones, and then we got the 2 donut shops, the flaky one.
Yeah, and when we were there for volleyball in the fall, we had a nice one, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the best part of Nebraska is it's a Pepsi shop. So.
That's right. You're a thief over there.
Easy now. What if somebody's listening? So I'm sure they're paying attention to our game at this point. I don't thievery. I just enjoy my soda.
You take one, and you take one for the road.
Perhaps.
They're gonna have fun with me. I'm gonna, unless you can make that one, I'll bring you back some goods maybe in honor.
It's not a matter of if I can make one.
You're right. I need to reframe that. Yes.
I've been uninvited, so.
Not by me. 2 balls, no strikes on Phoenix call with 2 outs. This is a high fly ball, right center gap. Strohmeyer on the run. Risley back there against the wall. He makes the catch. And nothing doing for UCLA in the 8th. 12-4. The Bruins with the lead. We'll bring you the bottom half after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Kellen Strohmeyer, Mitch Wood, Matt Delgado come to the plate for Iowa. In the bottom of the 8th inning, UCLA up by 8. 3-run home run by Miles Risley in the 7th, keeping this game alive. As May continues to pitch for UCLA.
The ump scorecards in Major League Baseball now are crazy because now you've added in the variable of the ABS system, and so I sent you those. Obviously, as a Reds fan, I sent you the ABS, and home plate umpire was 88%.
That is not good.
Teams.
Here's a ground ball, return to sender. Into center field. Strohmeyer has his second hit of the day.
Teams won 6 of 8 challenges and had 8 other opportunities to challenge. But
sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying. So the Reds were actually 5 for 5 in challenges, and they ended up winning the game by 1 in extra innings. On their 5 challenges, they ended up being, all the expected runs and the expected variables plus 1.94 on their challenges. So, I mean, they were incredibly effective on their challenges and had 8 more opportunities they could have challenged and didn't.
UCLA is making a pitching change. We'll keep it here, though, as Strohmeyer rolled one up the middle. So 88%, does that – I might have missed if you said it, but did that factor in the challenges, or is it 88% – originally, like
correct. He was 88% and then got flipped over a couple times. And
the video is great that you sent me. It's just outstanding.
Well, yeah. So the video you're referencing is back-to-back pitches. He tried to punch out Eugenio Suarez for the Reds, and in both cases, Suarez just immediately taps the helmet and gets the review. And the second time, the home plate umpire was just irritated by the review, and it was actually worse than the first pitch. It was like he was mad he got overturned the first time, and so he calls a pitch further off the plate the second time, and Suarez didn't let it go. And now, unfortunately for the Reds, all that did was they drew a walk and still didn't score off any of that stuff. But it's an interesting variable now with that in Major League Baseball. And
I got to imagine, and I'll be careful saying this about umpires, but to have this be a part of the game now, some of them I think have some ego, and I think it's got to be really challenging for them to have to deal with this now.
Yeah, I mean, because again, the thing about it is, for as much as we want to sit here and criticize umpires or oh gosh, you missed that one. On one hand, the challenge system is fantastic because the umpires are going to be 92, 93% right. I mean, they get it right so many times for the way this thing works. But it was funny. There was a graphic for it was like all the pitches that got overturned in a week, and most all of them were on the outer edges. And there was one that was actually in a Reds game that was basically right down the middle, and the guy blinked. He just missed it. And so, that happens, and that's where the challenge system is great, because now you can get that call right in the minute, and the team's not punished because, in that case, the umpire doesn't want that one. He doesn't, yes, they've got an ego. No, they don't want to be wrong, but he doesn't want that one to impact the game. So get that one right.
Yep.
Now, again, some of the edges, you can argue the 0.1's off, and those are a little tough to okay. And if I'm an umpire, I go sleep pretty well when I miss the one that's 0.1 off. It's fine.
Yeah,
especially if I'm consistent about it.
Cal Randall is the new pitcher for UCLA. We saw him for an inning on Friday. Right-handed reliever, and he's missed on a couple in a row to Mitch Wood. Nobody out, runner at first. The 2-0 pitch popped the mid at 97 for a called strike.
Yeah, he's 98 on TrackMan. He's 93 to 97, and good mix of pitches. Everything's coming pretty much off that fastball.
Strike call, outer third again, 96 from Randall.
And if I could throw 97, everything would be working off my fastball, too.
2-2 all of a sudden, and the pitch to Wood. Strike three called.
Not sure what Mitch was looking for there, but that was 97 driving right down the middle of the plate.
Yeah, I think Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland are asking him a similar question.
Again, sometimes you blink. It happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not the spot you want to blink in.
Here's Delgado. One out. Fastball low and in for a strike at 98. There's some smoke coming behind that ball. Whew. At this rate for Randall, why throw anything else? The 0-1. Yeah, he did there, and he had Delgado backpedaling in the box. Breaking ball. About 10 miles an hour difference. That's just enough. 87, bottom of the zone, 0-2. Next pitch, strike three called at the knees. I was watched a few in a row here.
Boy, Delgado having a chat with the home plate umpires. He walked away, but
looked good from up here.
Yeah, I'd love to go on a rant about how we're getting squeezed and they're getting a generous strike zone, but those all look really, really good.
I bet Gable doesn't take too many pitches. Swings at the first one, hits it high to right field. Brennan is back, track, wall, goodbye. 2-run shot for Gable Mitchell, and it's 12-6. First pitch swinging, 97 in, 100 out.
100 out, 377 over the right field wall. Home run number 2 for Gable Mitchell. And Iowa's got the lead down to 6, 12-6. See fastball, hit fastball.
There it is. All right.
That's you go up hunting right away. Catch the guy trying to get ahead of you.
It's almost like the pitcher, Randall, was lulled to sleep there. I'll just keep throwing fastballs. Here's Risley. Down and out for ball one.
And sure enough, then you get him to try to throw an off-speed pitch, and he misses wildly. Now you go, if you're Risley now, you come back, you sit on fastball here.
Get a good swing off.
Hunt the middle of the zone and see if you can get your second home run.
Ooh, up and in on the hands.
not take one off the hand again.
Yeah, get out of there. I think he was doing exactly what you were saying, though. He was not expecting up and in like that.
Yeah, you used green, 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 red a lot. That was it right there.
2-0 from Randall. Inside, ball 3. Bases clear and 2 outs in the 8th. Right down the middle there to Risley, 3-1. 12-6. Deficit has been halved. Risley takes up and in for ball 4. See how long Coach Savage goes with Randall, and there are 2 outs. He's just got to get one more in this inning. But
see Wolfie run into one here.
Sure. Want to get a little weird?
I don't think, based on just the way he pitches, I don't think he's pitching to Joey.
Right, with a fastball heavy, you mean?
Yeah, fastball heavy guy. Slider instead of the changeup. I don't see him pitching to Joey. It's just a matter of can we get that to happen this inning or not.
Caleb Wolf takes low. Offensively, this part feels a little bit like Friday. This is, if you could, from the offensive side of things, where it was late. Obviously, a much better performance by the Iowa offense run total-wise, up to 6 now today. But the late energy, the late opportunities for Iowa.
Yeah, still what? 1-2 good swings away from having a real
for the full game,
entertaining time.
Yep.
Getting closer.
Risley, the runner at first. A ball and a strike on Wolf with 2 outs. Caleb has 3 singles today, and he hits this in the air to left. West moving back and into the corner, but he's there. And he's got it for the 3rd out. Good swing by Wolf, but just missed it. Couple runs come home on the Gable Mitchell home run, and we'll go to the 9th. Iowa trails 12-6. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City. 12-6. UCLA has the lead as we go into the 9th. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is Carter Wilcox, left-handed freshman from Aurora, Colorado.
6 appearances and 3 wins on his early Hawkeye career. 10.50 ERA, 6 innings, 5 hits, 7 runs, 8 walks, 8 strikeouts. So obviously a pretty easy key here as he comes up to face the top of the Bruin order is get in the zone. But boy, you're gonna have to locate, because obviously we've had a home run and some absolute missiles hit out of these top few fellas.
West, Chalowski, Lavu, unless the Bruins make any changes. I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know that you're taking any of those guys out. Nope. You're making changes elsewhere.
As West is making his way to the batter's box, he's 2 for 5 today. 3 runs batted in with a single and a home run. We'll go left on left to start the ninth. Wilcox steps behind the rubber and brings home a 93-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Oh, 1 is low and out, a ball and a strike on West, who's flied out to Risley in back-to-back at-bats. Funny story the other day, Friday, on my way into the ballpark, I stopped to get a coffee. And a couple of Hawkeye fans in the local shop as the 1-1 hit West in the shoulder. And as I was waiting for my coffee, they asked me if I was headed to the baseball game. I had I got my Iowa clothes on. And I said, sure am. Headed there, big series this weekend. And Carter Wilcox's family.
Nice.
In from Colorado, so I had a nice chat with them. And, similar to what you had said earlier, a lot of freshmen that are getting some significant action, a lot of new faces and families to learn, John. And so Carter Wilcox, freshman left-handed pitcher for Iowa that earning some weekend time. He hit West, and now Chalowski's up. 1-0 pitch to him. He got Chalowski to dip under it and pop it up into foul ground to the right side. Mitch Wood is over there. Mitch dives back towards the line to make the catch. Hung with it, and Chalowski pops out. All right, Mitch, sure.
I'm not sure that wouldn't have been a fair ball, which would have been really interesting after that of how to, because West was obviously camped on first base. So he might have still been able to steal it out, but this doesn't spend a lot of time in the field anymore, so great grab there.
Runner takes off. The pitch is low and out, got by Geffrey, so it doesn't matter as West winds up at second. Lavu, the hitter. Couple of hits today. 1-0 pitch from Wilcox. Dropped in the breaking ball for strike one.
I think we talked about just the 16th stolen base on the year. Interesting that taken off in a 12-6 game.
Yeah, that didn't seem to be the spot for it. 1-1, low and out. We've had a couple of instances, I'm not saying this about UCLA, but a couple instances this year. Teams have bunted on us a couple times up by 10 runs or so. That was a fun little exchange against Alabama.
Oh, and Alabama, well, that was
up by 8 maybe, and late. And
Alabama coach used to be at Maryland too,
oh,
so
yeah.
there was some, at least some knowledge there.
Yes, bunted for a hit, and then they were in the first base dugout, and then when he went to take left field after that, jawed into our dugout. That was fun. 2-2 is hit in the air to center. Risley coming forward. Miles makes the catch on the run. 2 down. Two outs in the ninth for UCLA, and Roman Martin coming up.
Carter's been good. Been in the zone. Obviously faced 2 left-handed hitters there, and hitting one wasn't great, but bounced back nicely against some professional hitters there so far.
Right on. And that's the thing for Carter. Fill up the strike zone. Pretty good breaking ball with a lot of movement on it. It's important that he keeps it down. That one was too far low.
Well, that's the thing, too, is when you're in high school, you can throw that, and most high school hitters are just going to kind of flail at it. Now, the hard part as you move into college, and especially you move into college against this level of competition, is can you locate it enough? Can it look good enough to earn some swings and misses? And can you land it enough for a strike occasionally on your own to carry the weight there?
2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs. This is hit well to left. And Narrett will watch it leave the yard.
Fortunately, that truck was just a beat behind that ball. Because that was 110 off the bat, 428.
Second home run of the game for Martin. He got all of that one.
He came into the game with 1. Because I was thinking, boy, he's an unusual cleanup hitter for them with what he does. But
14-6 Bruins in the ninth.
Now batting, number 11, right fielder, Peyton Brennan.
And another left-hander in the box now for UCLA. This is Peyton Brennan. Next up for the Bruins, this will be fun to watch. They host USC.
Ooh.
3 games against the Trojans.
Yeah, that should be an outstanding series.
Yeah, I'll probably pay some close attention to that. UCLA on their way to being 25-2, and USC about to be 27-3. I don't know if their game has gone final yet.
It has 14-4.
Okay, so they are 26-3, and UCLA is about to be 25-2. 51-5. Is that quick math, John?
It seems pretty darn good.
Ground ball to the right side. Wood fields it foul.
Nebraska moved to 8-1. They beat Indiana 12-4 today. Michigan beat Rutgers. Purdue just finishing off Michigan State. Minnesota's retaken the lead, but Ohio State's threatening in the top of the 7th, so we're gonna seesaw back and forth there a little bit.
Total yo-yo. 1-2 from Wilcox is swung on and missed by Brennan. He missed the inside fastball. Wilcox got him. Couple runs for UCLA in the top of the 9th, and it's 14-6. Bruins will be back for the bottom half of the 9th after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the 9th inning in Iowa City. Joey Narrett will lead things off for the Hawks, down by 8. New pitcher in for the Bruins, sophomore right-hander Easton Hawk.
12 appearances on the year for him. He's 2-1 with 3 saves, a 3.45 ERA, 15 2/3 innings, 17 hits, 6 runs are all earned, 10 walks, 21 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .266 against him. He will hustle it up there in the mid-90s. He'll throw a slider and a changeup as well. So we'll see. We kind of thought we'd see a different pitcher face Joey, but he's got a different name, but he's the same style of pitcher. So it'll be interesting to see if he leans into that changeup. He doesn't throw it a ton, but see if he can get in there with it.
Iowa did all right against him on Friday night. He pitched an inning, 2 walks and a strikeout, as Iowa had the tying run on and the winning run at the plate. Did not score against him, though. All right, let's see what Joey's got. He's walking to the batter's box. Back in action on Tuesday at Bradley, 6 o'clock first pitch in Peoria, the final day of March. Boy, March flew by. Man, oh man. Doesn't feel like that long ago we were starting the month against Oregon State. Shoot. Bender for a strike. Joey watched it. Righty on lefty matchup. And Joey got the wheels turning but stopped. Laid off 1-1. Month of April for the Hawks. Quite a few home games. Series against Minnesota and Maryland. Midweek against Bradley, Western Illinois, UIC, and Illinois State. So a lot of midweek games at home. It's about time for that. Only road trips for Iowa in April at Milwaukee at midweek.
Oof.
Yeah. Please rain. And then to L.A. against USC. And then the end of April at Indiana. Narrett rolls one right back to Hawk. And he throws it over to first to get Joey. First out of the ninth.
Hey, another commercial flight, man. That'll be weird.
Yeah. And that's one of those that we're staying Sunday.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Not coming back until Monday.
No way to get back Sunday night.
Nope. First game at USC on April 10th, 9 p.m. Central Time, first pitch. Late.
You know, I enjoy the road trips. Those are the ones that I don't mind getting benched for.
The West Coast or the
just the difficult travel ones. I mean, even with the I wouldn't have, with the original travel plan of being gone 11 days for Penn State, Michigan State, yeah, that wouldn't have been real high on my list either. But
Cooper Schulte batting for Iowa with 1 out in the ninth. Fastball down and out, 1-1. Yeah, the standard, I just, old school Big Ten, there's that nice, good old-fashioned road trip to Indiana. That's great. That's perfect.
Then I get spoiled with volleyball. That's a little easier travel. Obviously, it's shorter. And
Schulte swings through a fastball. Yeah, I might have some schedule news for you tomorrow, John.
Ooh.
Can't share.
Certainly not on the air.
Yeah.
What do we get? We get preseason schedule tomorrow then?
1-2 to Schulte is hit well to right field, but Brennan is over, and he's got it 2 down. Maybe part of it.
Or do we get conference opponents?
No, nope.
I'll
tell you no on that one.
I didn't think conference ran quite that quick yet.
Coach Barnes and I, mutual frustration about how late that conference schedule comes in. Although you're right, the opponents come in sooner, but the dates, we really don't have this figured out till July, really?
Well, it makes Liv's job really difficult.
Yes.
To try to find hotels then during football season.
Right.
She's just so far behind the 8 ball then to get spots lined up. And then, of course, that leads into how do you get everybody fed and all that fun stuff.
I suppose we're going back out to L.A. this year?
It seems like we do at least once. I mean,
we didn't go there last year.
Yeah, that's true. So we go back to L.A. and we stay away from Oregon, Washington this year?
Just a guess. Fine with me.
Although, I guess we're not putting the tournament in yet, right?
Yeah, I don't know enough about that yet.
Yeah, so that's the question mark. If the tournament happens, then it's down to 17 games, and so then it's really weird where you just play the round robin.
Carter Geffrey, the batter right now for Iowa. He's the Hawkeyes' last chance, down 14-6 in the ninth. The 2-1 is a spinner off the end of the bat to first. Lavu has flipped it to Hawk, the pitcher covering, and that'll do it. UCLA wins it 14-6, and the Bruins sweep the Hawkeyes this weekend at Banks. UCLA 25-2. They've won 19 in a row. They're 12-0 in the Big Ten. Iowa down to 15-11 and 3-6 in the league. Back to work next weekend, hosting Minnesota here at Banks, Friday through Sunday, Easter weekend. And the Hawkeyes will look to take down the Golden Gophers. Midweek game on Tuesday at Bradley as we begin our post-game coverage after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
UCLA beats Iowa today 14-6 at Banks. Tough weekend for the Hawks against the number one team in the country, but I think a lot of people will be experiencing that when playing UCLA. A very talented, strong team. After seeing them live in person, don't see a weakness anywhere with the Bruins.
No,
I don't see one.
No,
Not one.
We talk a lot about trying to turn the lineup over, doing those types of things. There's just not a hole. 1 through 9. There wasn't a guy that came to the plate. You're like, okay, yeah, this is the guy we're going to get out. Everybody's got skill to get there, and even as Iowa had some better success hitting later in the game, you still just didn't feel like there was ever a guy that got to the mound that's like, okay, his stuff isn't very good. You got a shot with him.
Yeah, the opportunity just didn't feel there for most of the weekend. Maybe a little bit on Friday, but not yesterday or today. UCLA wins it 14-6, 12 hits, no errors, 9 left on for the Bruins, 6 runs for Iowa, 11 hits, 1 error, 9 left on for the Hawks. Kyle Olivo got the start. He takes the loss. Wylan Moss gets the win for the Bruins today. Top of the order was good for Iowa offensively. 3 hits for Caleb Wolf. He went 3 for 5. 2 for 3 was Miles Risley with 3 runs batted in. 2 for 4, Gable Mitchell with a 2-run home run. A couple hits for Kellen Strohmeyer, too. The big thing is to not be overly discouraged or dramatic about this loss over the weekend to UCLA. We'll get Coach Sutherland's thoughts after this. John, good to have you back. We'll see you in a while. We'll see you next weekend.
See you Friday.
Okay, sounds good, John. All right, we'll take a break. We'll talk with Coach Sutherland after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
14-6, UCLA over Iowa today at Banks. We're joined by associate head coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, a tough weekend against the top-ranked team in the country.
Yeah, pretty humbled, after 3 games. Listen, you knew coming into this what type of team this was. This isn't a oh, they're pretty good type of team. This is a world champion type team. Baseball's a funny game. It's not easy. Things can not go your way, but they're every bit of that. So, in turn, your margin for error is very slim, right? And what we did the last 2 days was just obliterate the margin of error. We didn't give ourselves any shot because we couldn't do enough on the mound to throw the ball over the plate, walk, hit by pitches, constantly behind against a team that, quite honestly, if you look at that team, there may be one of the starters that is probably not a pro. The rest of them are pros, and you're talking about probably top 5 to 7 round pros. Not hey, he's just going to get a shot. Like literally, 7, 8 guys that you don't have to create a crazy story to show that they could be big leaguers. Okay, you can still win those games. You just can't do it in the manner that we did. That's what's humbling is, we just didn't step up in certain situations and just perform at at least the level that you can. And certainly we know we have some inexperienced young guys that, there's a point in time that you're not that young anymore. You've been out there 5 or 6 times. It's time to trust. It's time to believe. You listen to, all the things that we tell you to be in control. And I know it's not that simple, but it's no longer an excuse. If they hit you, they hit you. Right? But if you're constantly behind and there's guys on base, we're hitting guys with breaking balls and all that type of stuff, that's the stuff that it's really hard to stomach. The losses aren't, because they've been doing this to everybody, right? It's the fact that you didn't put forth your best effort, your best. Hey, I believe I can go and execute whatever I'm trying to do, and that's the humbling part. Is, man, we got a long way to go with the group in general.
John and I were talking about a little bit on the air, and like you mentioned, with UCLA doing this to pretty much everybody, how do we prevent this from spiraling? Because it's going to be a huge series against Minnesota now. They're in a back-and-forth game. They're fighting for their life not to get swept at home by Ohio State. All of a sudden, they're all big, but the next weekend against Minnesota is a huge series now for us.
You just can't get caught up in that. It's more about how you go about your business every day. And we all understand we're judged by wins and losses, right? We're judged whether you put yourself in with a chance to get in the conference tournament, put yourself in a position for a regional. But you can't bite off that much. What we got to do is get better. We got to come with focus and energy, and that starts with Bradley on Tuesday, and then a couple good days of practice, and then you come in and you play Friday against a really good team. I know what their record is showing right now, but it's the best Minnesota team that they've had in the last 4 years, and so none of it matters, because if you play the way we've played, Friday wasn't was a pretty tight game. But if you play like you played yesterday and today, it doesn't matter, because you've blown up the margin of error. And again, when you're playing a team like this, you have to play really well, and hopefully you get a couple breaks from them. But when you're giving them 6 and 7 run cushions, you're not going to get those breaks. And that's the frustrating thing. And I talked to the hitters a little bit about this prior to the game, and it's the hope. Going out there with a lot of hope. And in sports, hope is not a game plan. And when things are reeling for the first time in your life as a freshman, these guys were all the best players on their team. Where a guy just hasn't been out there all that much, it's when they get nicked and when they get punched. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to trust your stuff? You're going to believe in what you do, or is it going to get sideways? And unfortunately, it's still getting sideways on guys. And that's part of growth, and it's part of everything. And going into the season, there's going to be a little bit of that. But some more guys need to step up and play like they're capable. And, it's frustrating in the moment, but you just got to keep plugging away and be happy that you don't have to see these guys until maybe the conference tournament.
Yes.
Because this is the best team in America. Right. And by a wide margin, and there is a big enough gap between us. Now, we play a sport that's really awesome because you can cover that gap in a day.
Mm-hmm.
You really can, but you can't do it the way that we did it. And that's the frustrating part. And that's why you look at 19 runs and 14 runs, because you gave them constant traffic. You walk 7 guys, you hit 4. Yesterday was, I don't know what it ended up being, 15 free bases or whatever. You're just not overcoming that. And that's the stuff we got to get cleaned up. And, again, if you go out there, listen, we're going to walk a guy, we're going to hit a guy here and there. It's the snowballing that happened, yesterday and today. Again, it happened today in the fourth inning when they scored 6. We go walk to start the inning. And it's with the bottom part of the lineup. And then all of a sudden you're looking at, oh, man, now it's Dean West and Rock Chalowski and Lavu and Roman Martin. And it's like, well, it's a tough way to live, boys.
They don't need any help.
No, and they're a really good team. It's a good offense. But it's like anything. You can get them out. You can suppress the damage. But you can't do it when you get 2-0 and 3-0 and you can't land a breaking pitch, and they know that they're going to get heaters. Like, they're going to be picking up a lot of balls on the street, and that's what we did, unfortunately. So all you do is you keep plugging away. There was a ton of season left. But, there has to be a sense of urgency. You can't continue to play this way and think that you're going to beat anybody. So, again, it starts with Bradley, another road game on Tuesday, and then, again, obviously if Minnesota, happens to lose this, they're kind of like us. They're a little wounded coming in, and it's one of those, loser leaves town type of match, But at the time, you just can't think of it that way. You just got to play. So that's what we'll talk about more this week. But we got some growing up to do, certainly, and I do believe that these guys are all capable of doing that. But again, we got to turn the corner somehow with some guys.
Yeah, right guys in the clubhouse to use this maybe as some fuel to the fire instead of letting it be such a discouraging blow. Right?
Well, I mean, you only have 2 choices. You can continue to play and believe in yourself and buy into what we're talking about of being process oriented and being one pitch at a time. Or you can continue on this yo-yo that you put yourself on and not be in control of everything, and then you look at all these inconsistencies that continue to happen until you get consistent with how you are pitch to pitch and the commitment level it takes each pitch just to survive this game. This is what you see. You see just this crazy roller coaster situation happen with this ball rolling down the hill and nobody's able to stop it. And so it's the commitment to that pitch-to-pitch mantra, because it's the only way you can live in a game that's hard at times, specifically hitting-wise, obviously, but even on the pitching side when, you think about some of the pitches that get called strike for a high school kid, and they just look at the ball gets balled here because it's a ball.
Yeah.
And they're just like, what? It's that type of stuff, and it's like you got to have the guts to throw it over the plate, and sometimes you get more caught up in who the box and who's in the box as opposed to executing the pitch. And I thought we did that a bunch of times, got sped up, and unfortunately there were guys that just never got it in control. You look at most of the guys who threw in there today. I mean, Cole was the only one that got out of there without some damage, and he was able to work out of some things. He hit 3 guys, but to his credit, he was able to figure it out. The rest of the guys gave up traffic, and then unfortunately weren't able to hold them down. And again, this is that's as good of offense as I've seen in my time here more just because of the length. It's just like there's never a break. Even the last, Call doesn't have a hit today, but then in both of the first two games, he ends up with big hits in the 9-hole. West, we kind of had kept down before today, and then he has a big day. So just really a difficult lineup to manage, and specifically really difficult to manage if the guy on the mound doesn't believe in himself and have confidence in what he's doing. And unfortunately, we're just still wavering in that area.
Coach, thanks for coming up today. We'll catch you on the bus to Bradley on Tuesday. Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Banks. UCLA wins this game 14-6. The Hawkeyes fall to 15-11 overall and 3-6 in the Big Ten. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball from Banks this weekend. UCLA sweeps Iowa and gets out of town at 25-2 and 12-0 in the league. We're back on the air 6 o'clock against Bradley on Tuesday over in Peoria. We're live on the Hawkeye Radio Network at 5:30 p.m. For my great board op, Steven, down the line, thank you very much. Steven, my color analyst, John Evans, good to have John back in the booth with me. I'm John Leo saying so long from Iowa City this weekend. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.